Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hello, everybody. Hello, Frazzled. Mama. Here. Uh, I got it all figured out. Good morning, Queen. Hello, hello. So, how's everybody doing? I have been so busy. I've already done a lot of stuff today. Good morning, Mirandy. I listened to your replay from last night. That was pretty wild, huh? That was nice to see Rapper all nice, and that was kind of crazy. That's good, though. I'm really glad. By the way, I wanted to tell you, Randy, that I love to have strawberry jelly on my eggs. I know, wasn't that really nice? That was totally fun. Yeah, that was awesome. I enjoyed it very much. Because sometimes he can really be he can really be a stinker. Keeping track of everything here. So, you know, I think these are good witness. I think it's good stuff. It was really wild, really, to listen to Chad talking to his daughter like that. That was something we have not ever seen. I never even knew it existed, that tape. Yes, it's so good with a whole bunch of salt. Yeah. Try it. I'm telling you, just try it. I remember when I was a kid, my cousin told me to try it, and I was like, no, that's gross. Yeah. I was listening to Mirandy this morning, and I was like, oh, yeah, I'm going to have some eggs with jelly this morning. It's okay, Louise. It's okay. Relax. This one gets all wound up. Like she's totally up my butt all day. You would think that she never sees Mama. You would think she never sees the Mama. Both of these two sleep right up my butt. So, yeah, I started thinking about what do I like to eat that's weird, and I'm like, oh, yeah. But anyway, I got up super early this morning and made my son a nice lunch. And then I made him a big breakfast. When he got here, he had breakfast to go and lunch. And I went to the grocery store already, and I went making corned beef and cabbage today. Lots going on. So it looks, I don't think I'm missing anybody for the... Hey, Legs, there you go. I want to make sure I get this all added up. Get everybody in on it. Everybody calculated in here for the big prize. Do you, Queen? Do you love it? I actually don't. Oh. Okay, you know what? Yeah, I wonder because you know what? I tried grits a long time ago and I didn't like it. But I bet with jelly I would. You lost your debit card. What? You better cancel it if I was somebody use it. I have heard of that. You know, believe it or not, I was a short order cook one time in Delaware, and I did learn some stuff that I never had heard. That's the only place I ever had grits, but I didn't like them. I thought they would taste like oh my god, what do you call it? Like cream of wheat or something. They didn't. I did see the perp walk. I did. God, I know. I know. People are. They should be. That is so. I mean, why don't these people like just go and see what is going on in, you know, what just happened in Florida? That whole damn family's going to go to prison, and the children don't have their dad, and all this. I mean, God, what the hell's wrong with these people? So sad they killed those women. That is so sad. It's terrible. God. Did you guys all watch that? They would. Me too. They would. Right. Hey, try me, bitch. How are you, ma'am? I say ma'am like I know that. It is frazzled. It makes your stomach sick. I don't know if you guys want to watch that real quick. I watched it, but I think I found a better one. All right. You do want to? Oh no, I don't know what you're saying now. I know it does me too. I know. I know. Yeah, yeah, I know. I realize that. I will get you with that.
I want you to look at this video. You can see all of the suspects being brought out of the courthouse and put into police cars one by one and taken back to the jail. Bond was denied for all four suspects. and they all but one said that they had the money to afford a private attorney, but none of them had found an attorney at this point. It was very, very emotional, Marnie. I don't think I've ever been in a court hearing quite like it, because it was a very, very small courtroom, and you had the victims' family members take up 3 of the rows of the courtroom, and some of them actually had to be physically held back during the hearing. They were sobbing and trying to lunge at the suspects as they were brought in, and other family members had to hold them back. And then they were actually saying things to the suspects during the hearing. They weren't actually shouting, but I mean, you could hear exactly what they were saying. They called Grandma Tiffany Adams, who, of course, is believed to be the orchestrator of these murders. They called her an effing bee. They called the other man a bastard, and a lot of expletives. A sorry ass piece of S word, which was just interesting to hear in a courtroom as the defendants were brought in. Obviously, they're very, very emotional about what happened. I would say about maybe 24 family members inside the courtroom as the hearing went on. But again, the headline here: bond denied, and they will be back in court sometime next month, Marnie.
You talk about an emotionally charged situation. I feel for those families to be in that courtroom, see these people for the first time. Again, just drawing folks' attention to the screen. This is the first time we are seeing these 4 suspects publicly as they walk into court. Brian, how did the judge handle that interaction between the suspects and these family members?
Let me just quickly, Marnie, because court just ended, and this is. I'm sorry. Do you mind if we talk to you real quick, ma'am? You're Veronica's aunt, right?
I'm sorry.
Are you Veronica's aunt?
I am.
That's one of the victims. I'm so sorry. I was just telling Marnie, our anchor. First of all, I'm so sorry for everything you've been through, and just that courtroom was so small. I can't imagine you guys were just so close to them. I mean, what was that like?
To hold my brother back from jumping, there's just too many emotions, so much anger. I don't understand how somebody can hate somebody so much that you want to kill them. My niece did not deserve that, neither did the young lady with her. She was just there to help her. We didn't deserve this. Our family didn't deserve this.
Yeah, and they were just emotionless. The defendants when they were brought in. I mean,
Yeah.
did you know them before this?
No, we don't know them personally. No.
It's okay.
We're good.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Yeah, as you can see, Marnie, I mean, again, I've never really experienced anything quite like it, because it was such a small courtroom, and you had family members having to hold back other family members trying to actually go after the suspects, which, in light of everything they're going through and having to be so close to these people accused of such heinous crimes, in a way, you can't really blame them. You can kind of understand just how raw the emotion was.
I think each and every one of us sympathizes with what they're going through and the nightmare that they're living. Brian, what's next now that this hearing has taken place? What's the next step in the court case?
So there will be a hearing on May 15th. That is when they will have a status hearing, and several of the suspects will appear with their new lawyers that they will be hiring. And remember, many of these suspects, Tad and Grandma Tiffany in particular, these are wealthy people from what we can tell. They own a lot of land. They have a lot of influence in this community. They have a lot of business connections. So we would presume they're going to get, high dollar defense attorneys to represent them, because, they clearly have the resources.
I'm wondering, Brian, as in a lot of these hearings, it's early on, right? Bond is set, not guilty pleas are usually entered. Any evidence provided? Is there anything new we learned about the evidence prosecutors had that led to their arrest today?
Not really in particular. What happened is they brought each suspect in one by one. So they kind of went through the same process 4 times and read the charges. There weren't any new details that we didn't already know from the police reports. But the main point was just to read them their charges, to see if they were going to hire a private attorney. And really, again, what I walk away just thinking about is just seeing all those family members. And that was just really quite a moment, just the raw emotion.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com.
I know that one hurts my feelings too. It's so bad. And you know, one of the women, I don't know which one, but one of them had was carrying. Can you imagine thinking that you? I heard that. Hey, no, don't get on top of there. Be careful. Be careful. I heard that. They. Can you say hi? Say hi. Hi. Hi, Colin. Hi. Thank you so much. I can't tell you how much all that has meant to me. It's crazy. But yeah, I guess so. The couple, the friends of theirs, put up a roadblock. This is what I'm here. What I hear. I don't know. And got them stopped. And what did they say? I better not say anything. I don't know for sure. But can you imagine how scared they were? Like, oh my God. And if you're carrying and you don't even get a chance to get to your, oh God. And the one lady who went isn't even the normal one or the one that normally goes. Uh-oh. I don't know what happened there. Hold on. Okay. Okay. I'm back. Sorry. I changed over to, thank you, Try Me Bitch. Thank you for that. I'm on the hotspot. I don't know. Jeez. Why I have to have these issues. This shit. Everybody dance. Oh my gosh. I think I'm good now. I think so. I better get that trial fired up. Gosh, I hope we're going to be good. Dang it.
All right, good morning, everyone. We're on the record on case CR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell, continuing evidence with the state's case in chief. The state just concluded with a witness yesterday afternoon, and I believe another
I
witness
go
this
Humpty
morning.
Dumpty
I'll
here.
note the prosecution's all here represented, as well as the defendant and defense counsel. Is the state ready to proceed
I act
today?
like that actually
Yes,
means
Your Honor.
anything. Just everything
That's ready to
about him
proceed.
bothers me.
Yes, Your Honor, and I got the microphone on this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor. If parties are ready, then I'll go ahead and have the bailiffs please have the jurors brought in. Or accounted for and properly seated. The court's also received and reviewed a juror affirmation from jurors indicating they have followed the court's admonishment to not investigate
tell
or
you
look into the
guys
case
that the
over the
one
break. So thank you
that
for
got
following that instruction
kicked out the
again.
other day
I'll submit
was
those
Lauren from
admonishments to the
Hidden True
court clerk.
Crime.
I will
Her and her
also
buddy.
indicate one other thing to the jury.
Liver lips.
As just after the jury was
Oh my
impaneled,
God, I love that
I
puzzle.
believe a question may have arisen about how it works having
Oh my
alternates, because there are
Oh my
12
God,
jurors who
yuck.
will ultimately determine the
What?
case. And of course, we have extra jurors just given the length of this trial. I'll note that the way alternates are, the process is clearly defined under Idaho Criminal Rule 24, offered, and we'll go through whatever becomes admitted.
I don't need to hear all that mumbo jumbo. Oh, look at this. Did you just give me love? Did you just give me love?
Detective, can you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Chuck Consaitis. The last name spelling is Kunsaitis.
What is your occupation?
I'm employed as a police officer at the city of Rexburg.
And what is your title?
I'm a detective sergeant in the
I
investigation
did not.
division.
How long have you been a detective?
I meant to look all
Since
that up last
2011.
night and I didn't.
And what did you do prior to that?
I
Well, that's
was
not going to
in the,
happen, right? Hello.
Patrol division and as a acting patrol supervisor at one point before moving to the investigations.
What a bee.
Are you post certified?
I am graduated post class 131.
And what is post?
It's the police academy.
And in your role as an officer, have you continued receiving training over the last or during your career?
Yes, I have. I've been education and training in drug and narcotics investigations, missing persons, death
Oh,
investigations.
try me, bitch. They
financial
are, aren't
crimes.
they? I love it.
Detective, how did you become involved in the case regarding Tylee Ryan, JJ Vallow,
Hey, Cindy. Good
Tammy
morning.
Daybell, and Chad Daybell?
In November 27th of 2019, I was aware that then Detective Hermosillo, who's now a lieutenant, he was conducting search warrants at 3 different locations at the Rock Creek Townhomes.
Oh, is she queen? I'm so glad.
At
Aw.
565 Pioneer Road. I believe the apartment numbers were 174, 175.
Good morning,
and
sister.
107.
And did you aid in that search?
I was not a part of the original
Hope I don't have any more
service of the warrants.
technical
I
difficulties,
did show
guys.
up
I'm
on
gonna-
scene later in the afternoon and checked in with Detective Hermosillo and asked if I could be of any assistance.
On that day, did you obtain a search warrant for a storage unit?
I did. Detective Hermosillo had me walk through apartment 175 just to see if there's any evidentiary items of value that may have been missed. I located in the master bedroom of 175, which was the apartment that Lori Vallow was currently living in. There was a printer in the bedroom, and on the printer there was an invoice for a storage unit from the Self Storage Plus in Rexburg.
And so you obtained a
Oh,
warrant
yes,
for
I
that?
obtained a
storage
warrant
unit.
for storage unit number C52.
And did you execute that warrant?
I did.
What did you find?
There was a medium-sized unit, and there was only a bin, a tote bin with some items of like a baseball glove, some ice skates, some photo albums, and a couple of bicycles and a scooter. There wasn't a lot of content inside the storage unit.
All right. Detective, at any time in your investigation, did you have occasion to write a warrant for a P.O. box in Sugar City, Idaho?
I did. In late December of 2019, I got information from Gilbert Police Department in Arizona that Lori Vallow had a P.O. box in Sugar City, Idaho, just outside Rexburg.
And so you wrote a warrant for that.
I did.
Did you execute it?
I did.
What did you find in executing that warrant?
There was a large bundle of unopened mail, approximately 100 pieces or so. They were addressed to both Lori Vallow and her then husband, Charles Vallow, who was deceased, and her brother, Alex Cox.
All right. And going through that, did you find anything of interest to your investigation?
Yes, there were several pieces of mail that were from financial institutions. There was cell phone bills. There were letters from the IRS and Social Security Administration.
And based on what you found, did you obtain a warrant for any other mail?
Yes, around that same time, the owner of apartment 107 of the Rock Creek Townhomes, I believe his name is Stephen Cruz. He had contacted the police department and said there was some event.
Your Honor, I think it goes to the question of why he did what he did.
In terms of what he said specifically, I'll sustain the objection as hearsay.
Detective, without saying what anybody else told you, did you write another warrant for mail?
Yes, there was some abandoned mail that was turned into the police department from apartment 107.
Based on what you found in those warrants for the mail, did you serve any other warrants or subpoenas?
Yes, we served several warrants and subpoenas to different financial institutions and the cellular device companies.
What was, you said financial records, correct?
Yes.
What was the purpose of obtaining financial records in your investigation?
Well, we're a missing person case, and so there's a lot of information you can glean from going through financial records. It's not just how much money is in the account. You can look through the account. Kind of a peek into the life on how people spend their money, if they're eating out a lot or if they are just paying bills. You can kind of get an understanding of how people go about their daily lives.
Detective, regarding Lori Vallow Daybell and Tylee Ryan, did you create a list of financial institutions upon which you served a warrant or aid in your testimony at this trial?
I did,
And did you do that in anticipation of testifying before this jury?
yes,
Did you prepare that list to aid the jury in knowing which financial institutions you're speaking about and to help them keep track of them?
yes,
Do you believe that demonstrative list would so aid the jury?
I do.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed a look at State's Exhibit 62.
All right, is that one of the ones that's in the?
Yes.
Okay, Detective, if you want to locate Exhibit 62.
Detective, do you recognize that?
Yes, it's a financial account attribution list that I created.
Is this the same demonstrative list that we were just speaking about?
Yes,
And is it a true and accurate representation of what you created?
yes,
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes, I'd ask that Exhibit 62 be entered into evidence.
Any objection?
And may I publish?
Yes, Exhibit 62 is admitted.
Detective, is there a pointer
yes.
there? Can you walk the jury through the accounts that you are going to be talking about?
Okay, so on this page, we're going to be, or just specifically for Lori Vallow, Daybell, and Tylee Ryan. Again, having served several subpoenas and warrants, we're looking through everything. We were able to narrow it down to these particular accounts that are pertinent to the investigation.
And I didn't realize that wasn't all showing. And so you had accounts for Tylee Ryan as well.
Yes.
All right.
Would you like me to go over them briefly?
Yes,
Or-
please.
Okay. So the top account there, it's a JP Chase Bank. It's a joint account with Charles Vallow, and the number on the end right over here is just the account number, just the last four. There was another account through JP Chase that was a joint account that Lori had with her daughter, Tylee. There was an additional JP Morgan Chase account that she shared with Charles Vallow. This was another kind of a business account. And then we learned that there was a personal account through the BBVA Compass account that Lori had created for herself. And then at a later time, she created a joint account with Tylee through the BBVA. And then the next are credit cards. There's a Barclays Hawaiian credit card joint account that Lori Vallow shared with Charles. And they were each issued a card, and you see Lori had a card 6611 and Charles had a card was 0991. There's a Barclays bank account, a credit card that we found that Alex, who's Lori's brother, had opened up an account and actually had Lori on as a card holder. And you see that Alex had two cards here, and then Lori had a card in the last four numbers in that card was 9259. We have an additional First Hawaiian Bank account that Lori had. And the last two we see here are Chase Southwest Air, the PFS marketing credit card. The PFS is a premier financial service. That was the business account that Charles Vallow had. He was an owner of this financial service. And then we had the National Life Insurance of the Southwest. Lori had a policy that she took out for personal reasons for $2 million. And just below that, the Tylee Ryan attributions, the same ones that were up on top under Lori's name, but we just put them under her name. So there's the JP Chase Morgan account, the 3918. This is an account she had while she was living in Arizona before they moved to Idaho. And then Lori opened up an account with Tylee when they got to just before they moved to Idaho. And Tylee was she had a Jeep Wrangler that Charles Vallow had purchased, and Tylee was making payments on. So we created that there.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness look at State's Exhibit 63. And 63 has several subparts.
Okay, make sure to identify those subparts then, and Detective Considas, you can locate that exhibit, please.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, I'd note for the record that 63 itself is a business record affidavit. And so this document comes in by way of stipulation.
All right, exhibit 63 then. Give me a moment, we'll take a look at that also. All right, so 63 is just the affidavit, not the attached records, which are subparts that are marked with letters in addition to 63. Is there any objection to the admission of 63, the affidavit? Very well. Exhibit 63 is admitted.
Thank you. Detective, can you look at, and may I, Your Honor, my understanding is that once that's admitted, all parts of this exhibit are admitted, and may I publish those?
Okay, and okay, so that would include then
63A through 63I.
okay, I've got through H. Maybe there's.
We'll make sure we get a copy of that.
Okay.
And then
well,
does council have a copy of it?
I
Okay.
have a courtesy copy up through 63H, but you're saying there's also an I?
Yes.
Okay, so exhibits 63A through I are also admitted then.
Thank you. Detective, will you look at what's been marked as State's Exhibit 63A? What is that?
This is a electronic signature card for the account of the JP Chase Morgan, the 0769 account.
What is the significance of that account to your investigation?
So we learned that this account was an everyday account that both Charles and Lori utilized while living in Arizona. And we know that with this account is specifically interacts with Tylee's joint account when they're moving monies, transferring monies from account to account.
All right. Can you look at State's Exhibit 63B? Do you know what that document is?
This is a sample monthly statement, sample of monthly statements from the 0769 account dating from June 10th through September, I believe, of 2019.
And this is the account ending in 0769, correct?
Correct.
And did you review all the documents that came in with that?
I did.
Mr. Wood, on that projector, there is actually a light that I think will remove the shadow. I can have staff attorney assist you with that if you'd like.
That'd be great. Thank you. Are there regular deposits into that account?
There's no regular deposits into this account. They're sporadic at times. They're coming in, monies are being transferred into this account from the 0377 account. But as far as having like a regular paycheck, having a direct deposit or something to that effect, there's nothing on like that on these accounts.
And just to clarify, this was at the jointly held account by Lori Vallow and Charles Vallow, correct?
Correct.
Detective, can you pull out what's been marked as State's Exhibit 63C? What is that document?
This is the signature card on the application for the account, joint account for Lori Vallow and Tylee Ryan, the account that ends in 3918.
And this is a Chase
Morgan.
Morgan
Correct.
account. And can you pull out what's been marked as 63D? What is that?
This is sampling of monthly statements from Tylee's account from January of 2019 through, I believe, November of 2019 or October 2019.
Okay. And was there anything significant about this document to you in your investigation?
Yes, it shows Tylee is very active on this account. She is spending money with her. She is receiving death benefit stipends in this account from her father, Joe Ryan, who passed away April 3rd of 2018. So Tylee was receiving death benefits, and the death benefits were regularly deposited into this account. And Tylee was very active in this account.
When you say active,
Well, she was out spending money almost on a daily basis. She was going to convenience stores, gas stations, shopping centers, fast food.
and you stated this is the account she was receiving her Social Security payments in.
Correct.
And were those monthly?
They were. They appeared towards the end of the month. Since she first started receiving her benefits June 14th of 2018, and they were regularly occurring into this account.
And do you know how much she received?
In 2019, she was receiving $1,859 a month.
Detective, as you go through these records, are you able to tell the difference between what I'm going to call a brick and mortar payment or store, like a physical location, and online payments?
Yes. Kylie, the overwhelming majority of her spending habits occur in brick and mortar type establishments. And there are some online payments, but she's out spending money in physical places.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 63E? What is that document?
This is the partial monthly statement showing from August 23 of 2019 through September 3rd of 2019 for Tylee's 3918 Chase Morgan account.
And what is the significance of that document to your investigation?
Well, it still shows through August, she is out actively spending money. And it also shows towards the end of the month. We look up on the screen here. So she's really active coming through here. And then when you get towards the 1st of September, and these, I just want to make a clarification here on this outside row. That's the posting date. Inside on the statement, you'll see a date of 9/1. So it shows Tylee moving from Arizona, heading north. And this is the same time frame when they were moving to Idaho. And when you get down to the bottom of the page here, it shows that her last in-person use of a card was done in St. George, Utah on the 1st. There were 2 purchases at a McDonald's that day.
And is St. George between
Oh, I'm sorry.
Rexburg and Maricopa County?
Yes, I'm sorry for those that take it for granted. I'm sorry. St. George is one of the first cities you come to in Utah when you come up north out of Arizona as you're heading towards Idaho.
Was there any record of any money being deposited into that account after that date shown, the last date shown on that record?
No.
Good morning,
So
Tuff.
we had
Good morning,
learned
Lynn.
that in the middle of
Morning,
August,
Bobby.
I believe it was August 16th, Lori,
See you all.
Tylee's mom, had contacted Social Security and had stopped having the monthly stipends deposited into Tylee's account. And she then switched those monies to be deposited into her own personal account, Lori's personal account from the BBVA. So there were no more funds coming into this account at all.
Detective, can you look at what's been marked as State's Exhibit 63F? What is that document?
This is the checking summary for the date of September 20th, 2019 for Tylee's JP Chase account. And it's showing a $10.04 balance. And then it shows right underneath on the beginning balance, it has an electronic withdrawal for the same $10.04, bringing the ending balance to 0.
Does it show where that money was transferred to?
That money was transferred into Lori's 0769 account from the JP Chase.
Was there anything significant about that transaction to you in your investigation?
Yes, Tylee had no more control over her monies in this account. And with the timeline that we had learned in this investigation of Tylee's last known sighting was between September 8th and September 9th. Lori had closed out this account there was no more use for it.
Detective, can you look at what's been marked as State's Exhibit 63G? And what is that document?
This would be it's an online administration tool for people who bank with JP Chase Morgan. They're issued a personal identification number, and they're allowed to go online and they can conduct their transactions. And this is the page that indicates for Lori Vallow. It sets up with her personal PIN number for on Tylee's account. It shows that she can access Tylee's account.
And so did she and Tylee have separate identifying numbers?
They did.
Are they on that page?
They are. So if you look down to the middle of the page, well, we know it's Lori because she says Lori for style at iCloud.com right here. And it has Lori's name up here. But right here under personal ID and profile ID, it has a number. And the last four numbers on that are the 5132. So that's the number that's associated with Lori.
And is there a profile number for Tylee Ryan?
There is.
Can you point that out?
So if you were to go 2 more pages into this document, you'll see Tylee's name is highlighted up on top, and it has Tylee's email right there, TylieRyan24 at Gmail. And if you go down to the profile ID just underneath that, it has a number right here. And the last 4 on those are 0212.
And Detective, what's the significance of those identifying numbers? Does it aid you in your investigation to know those?
Sure, it's specific to the user. So we have a general idea that it's the person who's logging in is using it, and it leaves a digital footprint so you can see where they're going and what they're doing within the banking of their account.
So if Lori Vallow were to go online and make a change to that account, it would show that it was her by her identifying number. Is that accurate?
Yes,
And is the same accurate if Tylee Ryan were to go online and make a change? It would show her identifying number.
yes.
Thank you.
If you were to go to the next page, this page here is dated September 20th. And as we previously spoke to the account closing on the 20th of September, if you could bring your, let's see. Okay, we're good. Right. No, bring it down just a little bit, please. There you go. Thank you. You'll see the profile ID number up here, the 5132, that's associated with Lori Vallow. And if you look to the bottom of the document, you'll see here on the left-hand side of the screen, you see the high school checking account belonging to Tylee, the 3918, and you see monies being transferred to, and here's the $10.04 that just shows that Lori went in and accessed Tylee's account and then moved monies over into her 0769 account, making it a zero balance.
And so just to clarify, Detective, you're able to verify that it was Lori that made that transaction by that identifying number.
Correct.
All right. And what was that date again?
September 20th of 2019.
Detective, can you look at what's been marked as State's Exhibit 63H?
This is a checking summary showing a zero balance on Tylee Ryan's 3918 JP Chase Bank.
And what's the date on that? Or I should say, is there a date on that?
I'm not seeing a date on it, but it would be for anything after September 20th.
All right. And can you look at what's been marked as States Exhibit 63I?
I is a signature card application page for JP Chase Morgan account for Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow for the 0377 account.
And did you obtain that through a warrant or subpoena?
I did.
Did you provide that to any other law enforcement agency to review?
I did. I have some knowledge of this account, but the primary reviewer of this account was Michael Douglas, FBI forensic accountant.
Detective, can you look at what's been marked as States Exhibit 64A? Oh, bailiff, I apologize. This was the first page to 63. And Your Honor, I would just note for the record that States Exhibit 64 is a business records affidavit, and that this document has subparts 64A through C. And to the state's understanding, this document comes in by way of stipulation.
All right, so 64 is admitted and 64 A, B, and C are also all admitted.
All right.
And they may be published, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Detective, what are the documents from states, excuse me, Exhibit 64?
These are summary of accounts for the BBVA Compass account ending in 3229 for Lori Vallow. It's a checking account that was opened in October of 2018.
Is Lori Vallow the sole user on this account?
She is
And I believe you just said it was opened in October of 2018?
correct. I believe the 20th.
And did you obtain this through a search warrant or through a subpoena?
I did.
And what was the significance of this account to your investigation?
Well, we learned through this account that this would be one of Lori's main accounts where she would be receiving future Social Security months. We know that Tyler's monthly stipend was deposited into this account and later received stipends for death benefits as well for both her and Jay.
Can you look at 64B? And what is that?
This is a sample portion of monthly statements for Lori's 3229 BBVA account from August of 2019 through, I believe, January of 2020.
Detective, I want to call your attention to a deposit made on August 28th. Can you see that?
I can.
And what was that deposit? And if you can use a pointer to point it out to the jury.
So just below mid-page on the screen here, we see a credit for Social Security Treasury deposit for $1,859. This account this deposit is associated to Tylee Ryan. And we know from when multiple deposits are made into a banking account from Social Security. So if there's more than one person receiving monies, they're given special identifiers so you can see which deposits belong to which person. So if we look here at Tylee's, you see the reference and it has the X's, and then we see the 4121C1. So the 4121 is the last four numbers of Joe Ryan's Social Security number. His Social Security number is 146604121. And then the C1 is just it's a designated identifier for child. So it'd be Tylee being a child, a minor under 18, receiving death benefits from her biological father.
Right, and that was the Joe Ryan you
Joe
mentioned,
Ryan, correct.
who you testified was deceased.
He was deceased. He died on April 3rd in 2018.
And so that's how you're able to identify that payment is assigned to Tylee Ryan, even though it's going into Lori Vallow's account at this point.
Correct.
And from your investigation, is this the first deposit of Social Security benefits for Tylee Ryan into this account?
Yes, this is the first deposit.
And where was Tylee Ryan receiving her Social Security benefits before that?
As stated, she was previously receiving them in her JP Chase account, which her mother has since closed out.
And again, what was the date of that deposit?
This was on August 28th of 2019.
And was there anything significant about that to you, about that date?
We learned that our investigation, we believe that Tylee was killed 10 days later.
I'm going to call your attention to a deposit made. It's on the third page of that document. A deposit made on September 18th. Are you able to locate that?
I am.
Can you, with your pointer, identify the deposits made on September 18th?
Yes, so there's two deposits made on that day. One in the amount of $3,902 and the second for $4,157. And you see them here towards the bottom of the page right here. They were deposits from the Social Security Administration, Treasury Department. As you see the X's here, you have a different last four number of the 9801, and then you have a C1. And then on the next line down, you have the 9801E. So we can differentiate what deposit belongs to by looking at this top one here. We have the 9801. So Charles Vallow's Social Security number was 436029801. And we see the C1, so that would be for JJ. And that's the monies that were received. So we have and the next one down, we know it's for Lori because we have the 9801, but the letter E is just an identifier saying that she is the child in care or the guardian.
All right. And are those amounts, are those the regular monthly payments?
These are not. These are the initial installments that she received back pay for both when she generated her paperwork back in August.
And Detective, was there anything significant about that deposit date to you?
Yes.
What is that?
JJ was killed a few days later. Around the 22nd or 23rd.
Detective, you mentioned earlier that this account, this BBVA account, ending in 3229, received from August on all of the Social Security payments.
Yes.
And did you review this document for those payments?
I did.
Detective, did you prepare a demonstrative chart that shows all of Tylee Ryan's Social Security deposits?
I did.
Does that include both the JP Morgan account and BBVA account payments?
Yes.
Did you do that to aid this jury in understanding where and when those payments were made?
Yes,
Does it label the banks to which the deposits were made?
it does.
And did you prepare that in anticipation of testifying today?
I did.
Do you believe it would aid the jury in understanding the deposit history for Tylee Ryan's Social Security? Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 84? Is that the document that we have been speaking about?
Yes,
And is that a true and accurate representation of the demonstrative chart you created?
yes,
Your Honor, I'd ask that for demonstrative purposes that State's Exhibit 84 be entered into evidence.
Any objection? All right, Exhibit 84 is admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Detective, can you walk the jury through that chart?
sure. This chart depicts Tylee Ryan's Social Security benefits. It's the history of her timeline. So they're up in the upper left-hand corner. There's 3 different colors on this legend. So the first one, the purple colored, it's a Social Security benefit, was deposited into the joint JP Chase Morgan. So this was Tylee's first account, the 3918. And then we have, on the second one, we have the benefit amount deposited into Lori's own personal account after we believe Tylee was killed. And then we have one that has some hash marks on it, and that shows Tylee was alive. We discount both those months, but they're just showing that deposits were made.
All right. And are there other dates on that chart?
Yeah, so on the first line, we have the date of 4/3/18. That's when Joe Ryan, Tylee's father, died. And then Tylee begins receiving benefits on the 14th of June. You see the large sum there. It's for her back pay, for lack of a better analysis. And then she starts receiving regular deposits of $1,800. And then when 2019 comes around, she gets a percentage increase. So that's why it's at $1,859. And then as we go towards the end of the middle, we see on the screen here on July 11th of 2019, this is the day that Charles Vallow was killed. And then the deposits keep going. And then on the 12th, Lori contacted the Social Security Administration to change Tylee's benefits. I think earlier I stated the 16th, but it was the 12th, so I stand corrected on that. The deposits for Tylee into the BBVA account now, since she's no longer receiving them in the JP Morgan. And you see here on the 8th, that's the last proof of life we have for Tylee. We have nothing in our investigation has shown that she is living after this date. And then after, for the month of October, Lori's receiving Tylee's benefits directly into her personal account. And then as you see here on the bottom line here, on June 9th, we find Tylee at the defendant Chad Daybell's property.
Detective, similar to that chart, did you make a chart for JJ Vallow's survivor benefits and Lori Vallow's mother, child, and care benefits?
I did.
Did you make that in preparation for testifying today?
Yes.
And did you rely on the banking documents that you reviewed in making that chart?
Yes.
Can you look at State's Exhibit 85? Is State's Exhibit 85 the document, the chart for JJ we've been speaking of?
Yes.
And did you create that in anticipation of testifying before the jury?
Yes.
You believe it would aid the jury in understanding these financial transactions?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that for demonstrative purposes only, that State's Exhibit 85 be entered into evidence.
Very well. No objection. So Exhibit 85 is admitted.
And may I publish?
You may.
And Lori's, JJ's social security benefits that are going into Lori's BBVA account. Again, the legend on the upper left shows the benefit amount deposited for JJ. Underneath that, you see the color for the amount deposited for Lori. And then the hash mark box shows, but it's not included in the total amount deposit because we believe JJ was alive for that month. So as we go through the chart here, as stated in July of 2011, I'm sorry, July 11th of 2019, Charles Val was killed in Arizona. Lori applies for benefits in August and starts receiving benefits in September. And this is their first deposit. And as stated earlier, this is not their regular deposit. It's for the back pay when she generated her paperwork to receive the benefits. And then very next box we see on 9/23, that's our last proof of life for JJ. And then you see the benefits being deposited in. They each were receiving $1,951 per month. So they received for September and then October. And then you look here on the last one, and then November 5th, this date is important to the investigation because that's the day that Lori Vallow became Mrs. Daybell and married Chad in Hawaii. JJ is still receiving benefits, as is Lori, all the way through to the end of the year and into January. And then the last box, we have the 9th when we found JJ on Mr. Daybell's property.
And Detective, all of those Social Security payments, was it your testimony, those went into Lori's sole BBVA account?
Correct. She had full control over it.
Detective, can you review?
Do you guys hear this detective breaking down?
65.
Oh my God.
And Your Honor, while he does that, States 65, the Exhibit 65 itself is a business record affidavit with subparts A through D. Where this has a business records affidavit, states understanding this comes in by way of stipulation.
Mr. Pryor, any objection to 65 and subparts A through D? All right.
Hey,
There is
Happy.
no objection then. Exhibit 65, the electronic business records affidavit is admitted. Exhibits 65A through D are also admitted.
Thank you. Detective, what is States Exhibit 65 in general?
The entire exhibit is dealing with Tally Ryan's joint account that her mother opened for both of them to share for the BBVA, and they did that in August 19th of 2019.
All right. And can you look specifically at 65A? Are you familiar with that?
Yes,
What is that document?
this is a summary of accounts. It's the signature page for the application for the account of Tylee Ryan that ends in the last four numbers of 5794. And both her and Lori are signers on it.
And that's through BBVA.
Correct.
When was this account opened?
No worries at all, Quinn.
19th of
Seriously, I appreciate
August.
you. No worries. Thank you so much.
2019.
Can you look at States Exhibit 65B? What is that?
This is a transaction history monthly statement of activity on Tylee's account for the BBVA.
And in your investigation, was there anything significant about this document?
Yeah, two things. So one, that Tylee was not receiving any more deposits into this account from Social Security where she was in JP Chase Morgan. So any deposits that come into this account are now coming from her mother through transactions within the bank. This particular page we see was created on 8/19, and for the first couple of days, as they are, traveling from Arizona on their move to Idaho, you see again where on out here we have the date of the transaction, but after these post dates of 9/3, it just shows that this card was used in person only 3 times. And that was during their move from Arizona to Idaho. They were at 3 different places. One was in Fillmore, Utah, which is in southern Utah. And it was used at a convenience store. There was one that was used at a Maverick in Perry, Utah. Again, I believe that's still southern Utah. And then there was one that was used in the Wickiup, Arizona. I'm not familiar with geographically where that city is located in Arizona, but it was used on that date. And from there, everything else that we've learned with this account was done online, with the exception of 2 more dates, one in September and one in October.
All right. Can you look at States Exhibit 65C? And what is that document?
This is transaction history for Tylee's account, the 5794 BBVA from August 2019, I believe, through November of 2019. I'm sorry, it goes through January of 2020.
Okay. And earlier we spoke about on Tylee's JP Chase Morgan account about spending between brick and mortar stores and online payments. What's the general nature on this account?
This activity is completely opposite of what Tylee was using on her JP Chase account. All the activity on this account is done online, with the exception of 2 dates. And you'll see on, I believe, September 17th, there was a transaction where it was used in person at a Costa Vida Mexican restaurant. And then there was another in-person transaction on October 25th, I believe. that was, I'm sorry, October 7th. And we believe that Tylee did not make those purchases in person.
In the mic, please, Mr. Pryor.
Judge, I'm going to object to that characterization. It calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the last part of the response there, striking the belief Tylee did not make the purchases in person. There's no foundation for that, Mr. Wood.
All right, I'll lay some foundation. Thank you. Detective, through your investigation in this case, were you involved in the search for Tylee Ryan?
Yes,
And are you aware of, through that search, of a last known sighting of Tylee Ryan?
last known sighting of Tylee Ryan, I believe, was a photograph where she was in Yellowstone on the 8th of September, 2019.
And so these purchases that were made after that date, what was significant about those to you in this investigation?
Just complete opposite of anything that Tylee was doing up until this point. Everything is done online in this account. The monies are coming in from Lori's account to her personal account. She would send money, make deposits into Tylee's account, and then those monies would immediately be Venmo'd out to, we learned, Colby Ryan, who is Lori's son.
And you spoke about two brick and mortar purchases,
Yes,
and I believe you said they were both at Costa Vida.
they're both at Costa Vida.
And ask you to look at States Exhibit 65D.
Okay.
And what is States Exhibit 65D?
States, the exhibit is a copy of the receipt that I obtained for a purchase with Tylee's account on the 17th of September of 2019.
Right.
It was an in-person purchase.
And on the third page is States Exhibit 65D. What is that?
This is a Costa Vida receipt dated October 7th, 2019, that was used with Tylee's card associated with this account for an in-person purchase.
And so to clarify, Tylee in that BBVA account, she never received Social Security payments there.
No.
Detective, can you look at States Exhibit 66? Do you recognize States Exhibit 66?
This is a affidavit of business records for Barclays Bank.
Okay. And Your Honor, for the record, this exhibit does come in with a business records affidavit. It has subparts A through D. And with that business record, I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
As to Exhibit 66, any objection?
And again, Judge, that was an agreement prior that this would be admitted by stipulation of the parties.
Okay, Exhibit 66 has been offered and is admitted, as well as the subparts 66A through D.
Thank you. Detective, do you recognize States Exhibit 66A?
This is a Barclay Bank application for credit card. And it is in the name of Lori Vallow.
All right, is anyone else's name on there?
No.
All right. Do you know when this was applied for?
So the application date was September 24th of 2015.
And can you look at application 524-71125?
This is the application for Barclays Bank credit card for Charles Vallow. And the application date is the same as the previous.
All right, thank you. And then application 5566-2600, what is that?
This is Barclays Bank application for a credit card in the name of Lori Vallow. The application date was April 19th of 2016.
So this was a joint credit card application, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Can you look at States Exhibit 66B? What is that?
This is a monthly statement of transactions activity for the Barclays credit card belonging to Lori and Charles Vallow.
In your investigation, was there anything significant about the information you found on this page?
Yes, two things stand out. On the second line down for June 12th, we see a credit card payment to Valley of the Sun Mortuary in Chandler, Arizona. And this is the day after, if you recall, Charles Vallow was killed on July 11th of 2019. And the second date is all down to the bottom of the page here. So on July 20th, we see an airline ticket purchase for Legion Air in the name of Chad Daybell. And the airfare was round trip from Provo, Utah. The PVU is the acronym for Provo. And the IWA is Phoenix Mesa. And then round trip back to Provo.
I'm
sorry.
Go ahead, I didn't mean to interrupt.
You see on this page here too that you have purchase activity for Charles Vallow, and there is no transaction activity in July. And then you see that this card used by Lori Vallow that was issued to her, it was responsible for these transactions.
All right. And so the transaction for the payment for airfare for Chad Daybell was what date?
On July 21st, it was the purchase date. The July 20th was the post date.
And to your knowledge and investigation, was Chad Daybell married to Tammy Daybell at the time
He was.
that was purchased? Okay. Can you look at States Exhibit 66C? And what is that document?
I have a Barclays MasterCard in the name of Alex Cox. And this is a monthly statement of transaction activity for this account.
And you had mentioned earlier that Alex had an account that he shared with his sister Lori. Is this that account?
It is.
How do you know that they shared it?
They each were assigned separate cards.
All right. Can you describe, or is there anything else of significance on this document to your investigation?
Yes, we have, at the bottom of the page, we have airfare for Lori Vallow flying from Phoenix Mesa to Idaho Falls on a round trip, and that would be February 25th.
And is the Idaho Falls Airport the nearest airport to Chad Daybell's residence?
Yes.
And was there anything else of note on this page or this document?
No, on the next page.
Okay.
On this page, you're seeing purchases in the month of March on the Alexander Cox, Lori Vallow shared credit card account. You see purchase activity for Lori, and you see her card that ends in the number 5259. There are 3 purchases that she makes on this account that show that she bought airfare for Tylee Ryan and Tylee's friend Brianna Gill. And those purchases were made on March 13th, and they were round trip from Phoenix to LIH, which is, I believe it's pronounced Lahui, Hawaii, on the island of Kauai. And then directly under that, for March 14th, you see Lori using her card to pay for airfare for Chad Daybell, flying from Idaho Falls round trip to Phoenix Mesa and back to Idaho Falls.
And that was March 14th of,
2019.
and so Charles Vallow was still alive at that point, to your knowledge, correct?
Correct.
Did you find any indication that Charles Vallow had a card on this account?
He did not.
And then Detective, would you look at State's Exhibit 66D? What is that document?
This is the application for a Barclays credit card in the name of Alex Cox, dated 9/26 of 2016.
And was this associated with the account we were just speaking of?
Yes.
Is there anything of note on that document to your investigation?
Are you talking about just this particular page? Other than-
Just in that document?
It's just account information
Information.
for Alex. Yes.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 67? And your,
Sorry.
oh, I was gonna say, Your Honor, this Exhibit 67 has one subpart, just 67A, and it is, Exhibit 67 is a business record affidavit, so I believe this comes in by way of stipulation.
All right.
That's correct.
Very well. By stipulation, the parties Exhibit 67 and Exhibit 67A are both admitted.
All right. Detective, are you familiar with State's Exhibit 67A?
I have some knowledge of it. It's the account from First Hawaiian Bank for Lori Vallow.
And did you receive this through a warrant or subpoena?
I did.
Did you review this?
I was not the primary reviewer of this.
Did you provide this to another agency to review?
I did. I provided it to forensic accountant Michael Douglas of the FBI.
All right. Can you look at State's Exhibit 68? Do you have that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is a business record affidavit associated with Chrysler Capital Finance Company.
And Your Honor, this, again, State's Exhibit 68 is a business records affidavit. has subpart 68A. I believe this comes in by way of stipulation.
That's correct, Judge.
All right, Exhibit 68 and 68A are both admitted.
Detective, are you familiar with State's Exhibit 68A
I am.
or 68A?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a application for credit through Chrysler Financial for purchase. Charles Vallow made of a 2018 Jeep Wrangler that we associated with Tylee Ryan.
And are you familiar with the search for a Jeep in Rexburg, Idaho?
I am.
Is this that same Jeep?
It is.
Is there anything else in that document of note to your investigation?
Yes, that the payments would be made on automatic withdrawals through the account of Tylee Ryan's JP Chase account, the 3918 that she had her. This is the account that it had the stipends deposited into when she first opened that account.
Okay. Thank you. Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 82? And Your Honor, again, 82 is an affidavit of a records custodian. Has one subpart 82A. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
That is correct, Judge.
Okay, Exhibit 82 and Exhibit 82A are both admitted.
Detective, what is the document found in State's Exhibit 82A?
The document is a rental application in the name of Lori Vallow for 565 Pioneer Road, number 107, the Rock Creek Townhomes in Rexburg, Idaho.
And have you reviewed this document?
I have.
Was there anything of note to your investigation on that document?
Yes, it shows that Lori did move from Arizona to Rexburg. And it shows that she is listed both JJ and Tylee to be living with her. And on the second page, you see here that,
If you're going to point something out, if you
Yes.
can point it with a.
sorry. So her monthly rent from her previous residence in Arizona, she stated the reason for leaving. Lori writes, she is bringing children to attend BYUI. My daughter graduated high school at 16 and wants to attend BYUI, but is too young to live alone, so I'm coming with her and relocating.
Okay.
And then below that, you see, as far as her income, she lists Social Security. So all of the Social Security benefits, Lori's claiming just as her sole income.
And was there an amount that she gave for that?
There was. So there's $5,740. And if you combine all three deposits, the one for Lori, the one for JJ and Tylee's, it arrives at this amount right here.
Thank you. Detective, we've been talking about Lori Vallow and Tylee Ryan's financial accounts. Did you review any other financial accounts as part of your investigation?
I did.
What other financial accounts did you review?
Reviewed the financial information for Alex Cox, Lori Vallow's brother.
Right. Earlier, you showed a document listing out Lori Vallow and Tylee Ryan's different accounts that you had prepared for demonstrative purposes. Did you prepare a similar account for Alex Cox's financial documents?
I did.
Did you do that to aid the jury in understanding which documents or which financial documents pertain to Alex Cox?
Yes,
And did you do that in preparation for your testimony?
I did.
Can you look at State's Exhibit 69? Is this the same demonstrative list that you've been speaking about?
Yes.
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes only, I'd ask the state's, or is this a true and accurate representation of the list you created?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that for demonstrative purposes only, that State's Exhibit 69 be entered into evidence.
There won't be an objection, Judge.
Okay, without objection, then Exhibit 69 is admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Detective, can you describe for the jury what is on State's Exhibit 69?
So this is a financial account attribution list I created for Alex Cox as we were looking into the whereabouts of JJ and Tylee. We went through Alex's financial information, and this is the information that we narrowed down through reviews that are pertinent to the investigation. So you see here, the first one is the Desert Financial Credit Union. This was Alex's everyday account. He was receiving paychecks on a regular basis. He was very responsible in his account and his spending. He had a fairly decent, well, decent for me at least. I'm sorry, but for as far as his account balance, so he was not reckless in any way in this account. You see the joint credit card that we just spoke to with Lori, and these are the cards that were associated with that. Alex also had a Mercury MasterCard, and he had a personal account from Wells Fargo, and from that he had 2 cards on Capital One credit cards. And then towards the end, after they moved to Idaho, he ended up opening up a account at the Mountain America Credit Union in Rexburg.
Thank you. And Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 70? And Your Honor, again, State's Exhibit 70 is an affidavit of a custodian of records. State's Exhibit 70 has 2 subparts, A and B. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
Any objection to the admission of 70 and 70A and B?
No, Judge, it comes in by way of stipulation of the parties.
All right, Exhibit 70 as well as 70A and B are all admitted.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 70A? And are you familiar with that document?
I am.
What is it?
It's a consumer loan application for a 2017 Ford F-150 pickup truck in the name of Alex Cox.
And did you review these documents as part of your investigation?
I have knowledge of them, but I was not the primary reviewer of those.
Okay. Did you provide those to another agency?
Yes. There is a second account that I did review on the next page, and it's a checking account application, then an account ending 7175 for Alex Cox, and that's his main everyday account. And I reviewed those documents.
All right. Was there anything of note to you that in that?
Yes. So as I stated earlier, Alex was very responsible, and he was very busy on this account. It would appear to be his everyday account, and he was making payments to his credit cards out of this account as well.
All right. Did those payments ever stop?
The payments did stop. So from this account, we learned that Alex had quit his job when he moved to Idaho. He was working for Heritage Environmental in Arizona, and he was receiving 2 to 3 paychecks a month. And at the end of August and beginning of September, he had quit that job and moved to Idaho. Just before he quit his job, he received a loan in the amount of $21,000 in August. I believe it was August 8th. And from then on, he had no income, no regular income, as he was not employed that we could tell.
All right, is there anything of significance in terms of purchase history in these documents?
Yes, Alex begins to in August begins purchasing firearms and firearms related items with this account and the credit cards.
And
Hey,
you said in
Past.
August. What year was
Good
that?
to see you.
2019.
And is that purchase history different from the rest of this account?
Sorry, I don't understand your question.
The purchase history of firearms, is that something consistent through that account or just starting in August?
It just started in and around August.
Why is it so
You
dark
mentioned
where
that he received a loan.
the camera
Yes.
on Chad? That's
Was
weird.
there a reason listed for that?
Yes, on the loan application, it listed for medical reasons,
All right. And the amount of the loan was $21,000, correct?
21,000 that he received, yes.
Throughout your investigation, did you find any significant medical expenditures in his financial documents between the time of that loan and the time he died in December?
No,
All right. Can you look at State's Exhibit 70B? And what is that?
70B is just a list of monthly statements dated from 2/21 of 2019. Through November of 2019.
And were those the documents you were relying on for your most recent testimony?
Yes.
Hey, Gerri.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 71? And Your Honor, State's Exhibit 71 comes in by way of custodian of records affidavit. So I believe it's stipulated to and just has one subpart A.
Any objection to the admission of 71 and 71A?
No, Judge.
Very well. 71 and 71A are both admitted.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 71?
Yes, it's the custodian of records.
Oh, and I'm sorry. Can you look at State's Exhibit 71A?
Yes, this is the loan application for through Lending Club for the $21,000 loan.
And really, try me, bitch. I didn't.
And was this the loan we were talking about for medical expenditures?
It's not
Yes.
just me having issues. The hell, there is weird shit going on. With
Your Honor, may I have a brief sidebar?
Yes.
Did everybody see Rapper on Randy's panel last night? That was wild. He says he's going to behave from now on. That was kind of weird. Hopefully he will be nice. Looks like they're going to go right into a break from here, from what I can tell. I don't know. Try me. This is crazy, right? It's irritating. Oh, well, it's like there was a light turned off where Chad is, and now it's back on. Wow.
All right, council, we just discussed some scheduling there. We are going to take a mid-morning break at this time. That will be a 30-minute break. We'll come back on and continue until noon, and we'll plan on taking our hour lunch at noon. And then as regular schedule, a mid-afternoon break after that, go till 3:30. Today will be our schedule moving forward. So at this time, we will take our mid-morning break.
All right, please. So just
Lights off again. What the hell is going on over there? That is weird.
Douglas, forensic accountant at the FBI. 72 is the affidavit of record.
Okay, we're back on the record on KCR 2220.
Okay. This time I'm going to go lay down with Jack, get him down for a nap, and I should be back before their lunch break. That's weird they're turning the light off. So what, he doesn't have to show anyone that he doesn't give a shit what they did to those kids? What a piece of crap. Humpty Dumpty over there.
211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. The state's continuing with its case in chief. Detective Considas is on the stand and has previously been sworn and is under oath. Continuing with direct examination, the court would also note we had previously turned the blinds down for better resolution on the monitor, but had requests from the jurors to have the windows open. And so they're open, and hopefully we get good enough resolution on the monitor to go forward. We'll still dim lights when we're showing exhibits. And if it's clear enough, I'm fine to have the windows remain open. So Mr. Wood, if you'd like to continue with direct, you can do that at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 72 and 72A? And Your Honor, I just represent, this is, the 72 is a business record affidavit, and 72A is the one subpart, and I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
All right, exhibit 72 has been offered, as well as 72A. Without objection, those exhibits are admitted.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 72 and 72A?
I do.
What are they?
72 is the affidavit of record for Credit Shop, which is the parent company for Mercury, for a credit card application for Alex Cox.
And did you serve a warrant or subpoena to obtain these records?
I did.
Did you review these records?
I have some knowledge of this account, but I was not the primary reviewer.
Did you provide these records to another law enforcement agency?
I did.
All right.
Michael Douglas, forensic accountant at the FBI.
All right, thank you. Can you look at State's Exhibit 73 and 73A? Again, Your Honor, State's Exhibit 73 has a business records affidavit. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
That is correct, Judge.
Okay, so 73 and 73A are each admitted as well.
Detective, are you familiar with this document?
I am.
What are these documents?
This is 73 is a business records declaration for a Wells Fargo account in the name of Alex Cox for a Visa credit card.
And did you serve a warrant or subpoena to obtain these records?
I did.
Did you review them?
I have some knowledge of them, but I was not the primary reviewer of this account.
Did you provide these documents to Mike Douglas at the FBI as well?
I did.
Thank you. Can you look at State's Exhibit 74? And again, Your Honor, State's Exhibit 74 is a business records affidavit and with one or two subparts. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation. Detective, are you familiar with State's Exhibit 74?
I am.
Your Honor, may that be admitted?
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 74 and 74A and B are admitted.
And are you familiar with these documents?
Yes.
What are they?
It's a declaration of records from Capital One for 2 applications of credit cards in the name of Alex Cox.
And did you review, did you obtain these through warrant or subpoena?
I did.
Did you review these records?
I have knowledge of them, but I was not the primary reviewer of these.
And does that apply to 74A and B? You
Yes.
provided those to Mike Douglas?
Yes.
Thank you. Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 75? And Your Honor, State's Exhibit 75 is a business records affidavit with one subpart. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
Any objection to 75 and 75A being admitted?
No, Judge.
All right, 75A and 75 are each admitted.
Detective, are you familiar with these records?
I am.
Did you obtain those through warrant or subpoena?
I did.
Do you provide those documents to Mike Douglas of the FBI?
I did.
Detective, is it fair to say that you reviewed Alex Cox's financial information, specifically the Desert Financial?
Yes.
Did you prepare a demonstrative chart to show a timeline of its financial records and spending?
Yes.
Did you do that in anticipation of testimony today?
Yes.
Would you look at State's Exhibit 86? Is this the chart you've been preparing, that you spoke of preparing?
Yes.
And did you do that to aid the jury in understanding the timeline of some of Alex Cox's banking and events in this case?
Yes.
And is that document a true and accurate representation of what you created?
Yes.
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes, the state would ask that State's Exhibit 86 be entered into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
Very well. State's Exhibit 86 is entered.
And may I publish?
You may.
Detective, can you walk the jury through this timeline and chart you've created?
Yes, this is the financial timeline for Alex Cox. Again, it's Lori Ballow's brother who moved to Idaho with Lori and Tylee JJ. So this is dated from February 7th, 2019 through December 12th. And December 12th is the day that Alex died. So that's where it stops. But you see in the dark blue part of the timeline, you have the financial credit union 7175. He's got a steady income, regular monthly deposits from his place of work, the Heritage Environment. Everything, again, I can reiterate, he was kind of responsible in the sense that he was paying his bills and paying on his credit cards. In August 9th, he applies for the $21,000 loan and receives it, and it's deposited into this account. So from August 10th through October 24th, you see here that Alex makes 46 transactions for gun-related purchases. Again, this covers the accounts and the credit card, the financial account, but he's paying on the credit cards through this account. So at the end of August, he quits his job and they move to Idaho with Lori and the kids, and he's got no job, no regular income. And then we see here on November 13th, he opens up the Mountain America Credit Union in Rexburg. And then a short time later, he dies on December 12th.
Thank you. Detective, as part of your investigation, did you review financial documents for Chad Daybell?
I have some knowledge, but I was not the primary reviewer for Mr. Daybell's accounts.
Right, but did you obtain any documents for Mr. Daybell?
I did.
Are some of those documents ones that you testified to earlier that you handed off to the FBI to look at?
Yes,
But you helped write subpoenas and warrants and obtained financial documents from Mr. Daybell.
I did.
So far, you've provided 2 lists of financial account attribution lists, one for Lori and Tylee and one for Alex Cox. Did you prepare a similar list for the documents you received for Chad Daybell?
Yes,
Did you prepare that in anticipation of testifying today?
yes.
Can you look at State's Exhibit 76? Did you prepare that document to aid the jury in understanding which accounts exist that contain financial information that you looked at for Chad Daybell?
I did.
And is that a true and accurate representation of the list you created?
Yes,
Did you do that to aid the jury in understanding the documents that you were looking at?
yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask for demonstrative purposes that State's Exhibit, that State's Exhibit 76 be admitted.
No objection, Judge.
Very well. Exhibit 76 is admitted.
And may I publish?
You may.
So here's the financial account attribution list I created for Mr. Daybell. His main everyday account we learned was from the Mountain America Credit Union. It was a joint account with his wife, Tammy, and the 3007 and the 3301 are 2 separate accounts within the Mountain America system that they had. And the second account here was for Spring Creek Book Company, and that's the company that Mr. Daybell owns and with his publishing and selling of books. And there was 2 credit cards assigned to this account, one card ending in 3136 and one card that was issued to Tammy, and the last 4 numbers were 7171. After that, we have a First Hawaiian bank personal account that Mr. Daybell opened, and that account ends in 9185. There's a Citibank credit card that Mr. Daybell opened an account with. There's also a Visa card associated with the Wells Fargo account. And the last one on the list here was a Capital One account with 2 cards issued, one to Chad and one to his wife, Tammy.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 77? Your Honor, again, State's Exhibit 77 is a certificate of authenticity of this business records, and there are subparts A through I. I believe this comes in by way of stipulation.
77 and 77A.
A through I.
I have been offered. Any objection?
No, Judge.
Very well. Exhibits 77 as well as 77A through I are all admitted.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 77A?
Yes,
What is that document?
it is a monthly statement associated to account 3301 for, say, Spring Creek Book Company.
Okay, and did you review this document?
I have some knowledge of it, but I was not the primary reviewer.
Did you serve a warrant or subpoena to obtain this?
Yes,
Is this a document that you handed off to Mike Douglas as well?
yes.
All right. Can you look at State 77B? And what is that?
This is a Mountain America Credit Union account 3007 for Chad Daybell.
And is it a joint account?
It's a joint account for Chad and his wife Tammy.
All right. And I'm sorry, in State's Exhibit 77A, who was that account for?
Oh, it was both for Chad and Tammy as well.
And was it involved with Spring Creek Book Company?
Yes,
Do you know what Spring Creek Book Company is?
it's the business Mr. Daybell owns for publishing and selling of books.
Judge, I'm going to object. I think that's a mischaracterization.
Response, Mr. Wood?
I think the officer testified to his knowledge. I don't see how that's a mischaracterization.
Why do your innate objection, Judge?
All right, well, I'm just going to overrule the objection. You can go into that on cross though,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Fryer.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 78? Your Honor, State's Exhibit 78 is again an affidavit of a custodian of records with one subpart 78A. I believe this comes in by way of stipulation.
All right, 78 and 78A are offered. Any objection?
No, Judge.
Very well, both are admitted, 78 as well as 78A.
And Detective, what is State's Exhibit 78A?
It is a account application in the name of Chad Daybell for First Hawaiian Bank.
And did you receive this document by warrant or subpoena?
Yes,
Did you provide this to the FBI?
I did.
Thank you. And can you look at State's Exhibit 79? Your Honor, 79 is a custodian of records affidavit, one subpart. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
That's correct, Judge.
Very well, then as offered, exhibits 79 and 79A are both admitted.
Detective, what is State's Exhibit 79 and 79A?
79 is an affidavit records for Citibank for a credit card in the name of Chad Daybell.
Did you receive this document by warrant or subpoena?
Yes,
Did you provide it to Mike Douglas of the FBI?
I did.
Can you look at State's Exhibit 80? Your Honor, again, I know this is a bit monotonous, but this is State's Exhibit 80 is a business record declaration or affidavit with one subpart. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
Any objection?
There's, Judge, it's in by stipulation.
Okay, well, they're only in once I admit them. So exhibit 80 is admitted and 80A is also admitted. And I appreciate counsel in going through, making sure our record is clear.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 80 and 80A?
Yes.
What are those documents?
80 is a business declarations from Wells Fargo. 80A is a Visa card for Wells Fargo for Mr. Daybell.
All right. And did you receive those records by warrant or subpoena?
Yes.
Did you provide them to Mike Douglas of the FBI?
Yes.
And Detective, do you have State's Exhibit? Can you look at State's Exhibit 81 and 81A? Again, 81 is a business director's affidavit with one subpart. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
That is correct, Judge.
Very well. Exhibit 81 and 81A are both admitted.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 81A?
Yes.
What is it?
81 is a business records affidavit for Capital One, and the subdocument 81A is the monthly statements for purchases on the Capital One credit card for Chad and Tammy Daybell.
Did you receive those by warrant or subpoena?
Yes,
Did you provide those to Mike Douglas of the FBI?
I did.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 88? And Your Honor, 88 is an affidavit of records custodian. It has one subpart. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
That's correct, Judge.
All right. And that was Exhibit 88, correct?
Yes, Your
I'm
Honor.
sorry,
Judge.
And 88A are
And
both.
88A.
All right, thank you.
Detective, are you familiar with State's Exhibit 88?
Yes.
What is it?
88 is an affidavit of records from Julie Black of Kauai Dreams Realty for an email that was sent to her.
Okay. And what is State's Exhibit 88A?
88A is a screenshot of an email that was sent from Mr. Daybell to Kauai Dreams Realty.
Detective, how did you receive this document?
Well, I came into this document in February of 2020. Trying to locate the kids. We monitor social media sites and came across this document. And so I reached out to Julie Black to see the validity of this email and whether or not it was true or not.
And, go ahead. And were you able to verify with her that this was an accurate document?
Yes,
And then she sent it to you with that records of an affidavit
yes.
or affidavit custodian. What date was this email sent?
This date was sent, the email was sent on November 8th. You see right here, 2019. That was about 3 days after Chad and Lori were married in Hawaii.
All right. And who sent the email?
The email address sender is chad.daybell@gmail.com.
And who is the recipient of the email?
Julie Black.
And can you read the body of the email?
I can. It says, we are interested in seeing this property. Would the owners be interested in leasing this property to a clean couple with no pets or children? Please let us know. Thank you.
Detective, what was of note of this document or why was this document significant to your investigation?
Well, as of November 8th in this email, it's stating that Chad and Lori have no kids. And so we're out looking for the kids, and they put this in, or Chad puts this in a body of an email saying that they don't have kids. We just found this to be odd.
And when did you receive this email? Do you recall?
It was in February of 2020.
Was it, in fact, can you look at State's Exhibit 88? I believe there's a date on the affidavit. And what was the date that the affidavit was submitted?
It was submitted on the 4th of March, 2020.
Okay. And so at this time in your investigation, had you been able to locate Kylie or JJ?
No,
And so was the significance of that to you that Chad Daybell, the husband of the children's mother, was stating they didn't have kids?
correct.
Judge, that's argumentative.
It's a late objection, so it's overruled. It was answered.
Detective, do you have State's Exhibit 90?
Yes.
Your Honor, again, State's Exhibit 90 is an affidavit of business records. There are two parts, 90A and B. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
Any objection to 90, 90A, and 90B?
No, Judge.
All right, all three of those exhibits, 90, 90A, 90B, are admitted.
Detective, can you look at 90A?
Okay.
What is that document?
This is a subscriber information for Cable One. It's one of the online or cable services that's offered in Rexburg. It is named for Lori Vallow, September 3rd of 2019.
And is there an address associated with that?
Yes, it shows 565 Pioneer Road, apartment number 175.
Right. And is there an email associated with that?
Yes, the email listed as lollytime@icloud.com.
Detective, why were these documents of interest to you in your investigation?
Well, as we learned on her rental application when she was moving from Arizona to Idaho, she filled out the lease for apartment number 107. So when the warrants that were served, we found her to be living in apartment 175. The other area of we'd like to inquiry about was there's a IP address that's associated with this account as well.
And why was that of note to you?
Well, later in our investigation, we found that Lori was in possession of Tylee's cell phone, and Venmo purchases were being made from this cell phone through this IP address.
And so could you track those Venmo payments through that IP address?
Yes.
And when you look at State's Exhibit 90B, what is that document?
This is Cable One subscriber information in the name of Alex Cox for 565 Pioneer Road, apartment 107. And this was generated on September 11th of 2019.
And what was significant to that document in your investigation?
This was the apartment that Lori was originally assigned to be living out of. They had switched apartments.
Right. Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 91? Again, Your Honor, 91 is an affidavit of a records custodian with one subpart 91A. I believe this comes in by way of stipulation.
That's correct, Judge.
Very well. Exhibit 91 and 91A are both admitted.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 91A?
I do.
What is it?
This is a letter from Windstream Services stating that we were looking for information of a Venmo that was sent from an IP address off of Tylee's phone. And so when researching the IP address, it came back to Windstream Communications. And so we reached out to them and said, do you have any information in regards to Tylee Ryan? And they said that they didn't. They just offer IP addresses or static IP addresses. And this was the IP address that we were inquiring about was issued to a Residence Inn hotel in Kansas City, Missouri.
So what led you to look for these documents?
Again, we were looking back on Tylee's BBVA accounts. We know that she wasn't receiving her regular deposits, and the money that was being deposited into her account was from Lori's account that Tylee had no control over. So she was sending money, transferring it into Tylee's account, and then it would be Venmoed off almost immediately. And so following up on those types of transactions, that's how we came to know this particular IP address.
All right. And so just to be clear, a Venmo from Tylee's account was sent through this IP address.
Correct.
Right. And do you know where this Windstream Services is located?
They're located in Missouri.
And did it give a date for that transaction?
Did
that-
October 10th of 2019.
Okay, so the Venmo went through that IP address on October 10th,
Correct.
2019 in Missouri.
Correct.
And can you look at State's Exhibit 92? Again, Your Honor, 92 is an affidavit of a records custodian with a subpart 92A. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
That is correct, Judge.
All right, 92 and 92A are both admitted.
Detective, what is State's Exhibit 92A?
92A is a folio bill from the Residence Inn Kansas City Airport located in Kansas City, Missouri.
And what was significant about this document to you?
This was the location of the IP address that was given on Tylee's cell phone on that date.
Okay. And does this document identify any individual for renting a room?
Yes. The room was purchased by Melanie Boudreau, who is Lori Ballow's niece.
All right. And do you know if anyone else was with her?
We know that Lori traveled to Kansas City with Melanie on this date. They flew from Phoenix to Missouri on the 10th and returned to Phoenix on the 12th. And we can confirm that with the airline reservations.
All right. And what was significant about that trip to you in your investigation?
That Lori was in Missouri using Tylee's phone and Tylee wasn't there.
Okay. Were you able to verify through flight records where they flew from?
I did.
Where did they fly from? Bailiff? Where did they fly from?
They flew from Phoenix to Missouri, according to the flight records.
And so on that folio, it only stated the two people.
The two people, yes.
So there was no Tylee Ryan on that folio,
No. And
and
it
no
shows,
JJ Vallow.
no, and it shows that the room was paid for by Melanie.
Detective, we're gonna shift gears a little bit. As part of your investigation, did you ever engage in any type of search for pharmaceutical records?
Yes.
What type of search did you do?
In cases such as.
Hello,
missing persons,
Cecilian.
we reach out if
Hello,
we have
Kathy
an idea
Harmon.
where the person we were looking for has.
Hello,
is living or
hello.
Has lived, and we will reach out to the state.
This is getting,
It's a research, the state pharmaceutical.
is it just me or is
board
this
and
really boring, this
request,
part?
If any prescriptions were filled, that may lead us to.
I laid
a
down with
location
Jack and just about went
or
to
an
sleep.
area that they may be in.
And did you do that for, who did you do a search for?
I did a search for JJ. I did a search for Tylee. There was one we searched for Melanie Boudreau as well, and also Lori.
And how do you go about doing a search for pharmaceutical records?
We'll reach out
Why is
to
his
the
light-
pharmaceutical
why is the
board of
light off
state
by him?
and submit a request.
What the hell are
and,
they doing?
Let them know the circumstances, and they will then submit the information to you.
All right, and does each state do that the same?
Same premise, but they're all a little bit different. But we reached out to
Oh my
the state of
God,
Arizona, the state of Montana, and state of Hawaii, and the state of Idaho.
I'm surprised I got Jack
Why
to sleep
Montana?
without passing out myself.
Early
I almost
on,
did.
as this case was unfolding at the very beginning, we were receiving tips, and one of the tips called in. They thought maybe JJ and Tylee were being held in a compound in Montana somewhere. So we just called upon that to
I'm gonna
check
be the
on that.
weirdo here and say it's
And
informative.
also that Melanie Boudreau at the time was living directly next door in apartment 174.
No,
So,
it is, I
that's
think.
why her name was run as well.
Detective, can you look at States Exhibit 94 and
And I just gotta say, this detective really got to me earlier when he was breaking down. That was hard. Oh, that's why they did it. Yeah, really. Right. I think what they did is they don't want people to have to look at Humpty fucking Dumpty there. Stupid shit ass. Which nobody wants to look at him, so there you go with that. Okay, well, we'll pretend that's it. He did. No, you're right. That's very true. Very much. They did do a very good job with this, honestly, because they know like everything. And you got to think though, there was all this time that nobody knew where those kids were. They were looking everywhere. Do you guys remember when they were looking for those kids? I totally remember that. And it was like, what the fuck? She was given she had a certain date that she had to produce those kids. And she did not do it, obviously. I mean, and so they were really trying to find them every way they could. Me too, Gerri. Oh, I wanted to hunt her down and kick her ass. Like, who does this? I was starting to get really afraid because, remember Gabriel, to this day, nobody knows where Gabriel is. And that case has drove me out of my damn mind for years. I've always said, give me 5 minutes with that bitch and I'll tell you where he is. I had to waterboard her fucking ass or whatever. These people like this, I can't tolerate their shit. I didn't either, Gerri. I didn't either. You know, you just kept saying, what? But if they're okay, then why is she not producing them? Like, I kept thinking, what is going on here? Like, it didn't make any sense. Yeah, the thing is, though, I mean, whenever you have a parent that like insists that a kid didn't go missing, okay, so where are they? That's right, Sicilian. Yeah, there's so many people, I'm telling you right now. That's the way I felt with Casey Anthony. Where's the trial? Quit with your fucking lies. Zanny the nanny. I mean, my God, the crap that has gone on is unbelievable. You let me have that bitch and I will figure this out. I'll beat the dog fuck out of somebody. Right. Yep. Yeah. Once she was arrested. Exactly, Gerri. I remember when they were looking, it's so crazy, you know, for us to hear, you know, when you hear that phone call when they were looking in the yard and then, you know, he was talking to his daughter there. I can remember when they were searching that yard. Do you remember that all day? They kept with helicopters over there. And I was like, oh, please, no. And then they did. Oh my, I remember that day so well. God, stupid bitch. Exactly right, Cecilia. And I would too. I couldn't stand that Casey Anthony's parents wouldn't whip her ass. You're going to tell me where that baby is or I'm going to beat the piss out of you. Remember when they were trying to talk to her and she was like getting all mad about, don't talk to her about that. Really? Don't fucking talk to me about anything else, you witch. Me too. I know. See, because he's an idiot. They don't even know how to do any of this well. You know, which, good, thank God. For as evil and twisted as they are. They said, you guys, you know, trigger warning, but you know that Tylee's heart was charred. I know. Yeah, it is really stupid. Well, this just, I don't know. Should I speed it up a tiny, tiny bit? I don't know, you guys. It's up to you guys. Let's see if it sounds goofy.
94A. Your Honor, States Exhibit 94 is a records affidavit of records
Yes,
custodian.
Okay, good.
I might just have a very brief sidebar.
Yes.
What was the meaning of what? I don't know what you're talking. I can't. Yeah, that was crazy. Me and Jack were outside playing in the sprinkler. And I heard that detective, his voice cracking. And I was like, oh, this is. I don't know. Oh, I see what you're saying, Gerri. I don't know. Because the thing is, they didn't know how to execute very many things. I mean, I don't know. They handled Joe Ryan and Charles Vallow pretty good, I guess. But they couldn't execute it with Tammy. They were having a hard time. Brandon, and like they weren't real good at it.
All right, I apologize, Detective. Can you look at States Exhibit 94 and 94A?
You didn't hear that,
And I'm not- I
Cecilian.
can't remember if this was
It's
admitted or
really
not.
sad.
Okay. Your Honor, again,
Oh,
94 is an affidavit of
it's
a
the
records
same
custodian.
one here.
94 is the subpart. I believe this comes in by way of stipulation.
That's correct, Judge.
Very well. 94 and 94A are both admitted.
Detective, what was States Exhibit 94A?
These are
Well, he was a grave
prescription
digger,
monitoring program checks
the
for
only
the state
job
of
he's
Hawaii
had other
through the
than
Hawaii Narcotics Enforcement
prophet
Division.
and author
And did you find any records of
and murderer,
prescriptions for JJ Vallow in
scam
Hawaii?
artist,
I believe we did, but not in the time frame
Cheater
that we
with
were requesting.
Fire D. He's
Did
got to
you
have
find any
something. If it
prescriptions
ain't
for
the
Tyler
D,
Ryan?
then I cannot even
I don't believe
get
so.
my head around this shit at all.
You mentioned checking in Montana.
Yes.
Right.
Can you look at States Exhibit 95 and 95A?
I know, Gerri.
Your Honor, again, I believe that this document comes in by way of stipulation.
That's correct, Judge.
All right, Exhibit 95 and 95A both admitted.
And Detective, if you'll look at 95A, when you submitted
so close.
names to these
Swear to
states, did you
God.
just do one name or multiple names?
We did multiple names. We knew that when we were looking through the airline records, JJ would fly under the name of Ryan, would fly under the name Vallow. So we would use both last names when we were searching, researching for this.
So what was the name you searched for on this page?
JJ Ryan,
And here?
Oh, God.
Joshua Jackson Vallow.
Here?
Me
Joshua
too.
Jackson
He
Ryan.
does. It gives me the ugh.
Here?
Melanie Boudreau,
Know anything about
On this
his
page?
D.
Melanie Pulowski. This would be Melanie Boudreau's current last name. She had remarried in November of 2019.
And you know what? Did you notice Melanie
And here.
Pulowski
And the
now?
last year is Tyler Ryan.
She married a
Did you ever
Chad,
find records
too.
of Tyler Ryan traveling under a different name?
Both of them left
Only
successful
once, and that was on a trip to
good-looking men
Hawaii.
for these
in
things.
early 2019.
Okay.
She flew under Tyler Vallow one way and returned Tyler Ryan in a different
Yeah.
on a return leg.
He's just damn near like Chad. It's
Detective,
probably
Excuse me.
crooked.
Did you perform that search in Idaho?
I did not.
I
The
know,
detective
I
did, but the search was performed.
And are you aware if any results came in from that search?
There were
I
no
could
results.
not. I could not even.
And any results from Arizona?
No.
No
nothing.
results from
I can't-
Arizona, although they live down there. I was
That voice.
educated that
Listen how long
Arizona
it took.
only
That was how
keeps
long was
track
that?
of narcotic analgesics,
That
painkillers,
blessing.
painkillers,
That
opiate
was so
based drugs. That's all they
long.
keep track of. They don't do anything
Wow.
for any other types of medications.
Detective, can you look at States Exhibit 96?
Can you imagine having a conversation with him? I'd have to be like,
And your
shut
Honor,
the
96
fuck
is an
up.
affidavit of a records custodian,
That D is not fired, then you are
and it has
fucking
one
cutting.
subpart A.
Believe me, I don't
Any objection to 96 and
care
96A
about
being
any
admitted?
kind of fucking
No,
D,
Judge, thank you.
Very well, both are admitted.
but I would like to know.
Detective,
what-
can you look at States Exhibit
That was so
96A?
long.
That is-
It was toward your right.
Do you recognize that document?
I
Oh
do.
my God.
Did you obtain that document?
Let's make it
I
off.
did.
And what is it?
I went,
This is
I
an
know,
email
I
exchange that
know.
Lori Vallow sent to Michael Edson. It's a little blurry on my screen here. If it's a way I can, I don't have a copy in my possession.
Oh Lord.
There you go.
Is that better?
Yes.
Pussy ass panty waist. I can't
This
stand
is an
him.
email sent from Lori Vallow to Mike
Why don't you
Edson.
just
We learned that it was a tax
eat a
accountant
bullet?
that
Dick.
did Lori and Charles' taxes.
Give
And
everybody
she
a
sent an
fucking
email to him asking if
Save
I could read the
everybody's
body. I could,
So it looks to me, Detective, like there's two emails. Can you tell which email was sent first?
I want to clarify exhibits here, Mr. Wood. Which exhibit is this being published right now?
That would be 96A.
That's what he did. He
My
doctored
96A courtesy copy is the subpoena, but not the email.
Wait, can I approach?
Oh my
Okay.
god.
I'll just have the bailiff provide you a copy of my courtesy copy.
I know. Oh, I can't even see him. What is this?
And if I don't, it's fine.
You're correct. Well, all right, strike. What I have is consistent with what you have.
Okay, you can go ahead and publish it, Mr. Wood. It's been
Sorry,
admitted,
it's
and
making
it's
my
fine with my
stomach sick.
courtesy
I can't even
copies
see
not
him.
containing that as well.
Well, Your Honor, we'll correct that after court.
Thank you.
Detective, can you, all right, who's that email from again?
Oh my god.
Michael Edson.
And are you aware of who Michael Edson is?
Yes, he was a tax accountant for Lori and Charles Vallow.
All right. And can you read the body of that email?
So the first email was sent by Lori on September 9th. It says, "Hi, Mike. This is Lori Vallow. I'm not sure if you heard, but Charles passed away in July. It's been a pretty stressful couple of months. I saw online our tax return got sent out, but it went to an old address. I moved with the kids and forwarded the mail, but I'm not sure that they will forward the tax return check. Is there some way to contact them to cancel that check and do a direct deposit? Or how would that work?
Right. I can
Let me know
still
when
see
you
what he
can.
looks
Thanks,
like.
Lori."
Did he respond?
He did.
How did he respond?
He responded by email. Lori sent her email at 5:03 p.m. and he responds the same date at 6:11 p.m. Says, "Lori, I'm sorry to hear about Charles. I really thought he was a great guy. If there's anything I can do to help, please don't hesitate to ask."
Yeah.
In the interim, here is the link
Like
to
today,
the
did you
IRS
see,
to fill out a change of address form
when
so they
those
can
sick
send you the check up to the
fuckers
new
went to court?
address. Prayers with you, Mike.
People were trying to jump
Detective, why was
across and get to him.
this email exchange significant to your investigation?
Well, the email itself is rather benign. It's just appears to be a classic back and forth of exchanging information, but the date on the email is what was important to us, being September 9th. We recall our last known sighting of proof of life of Tylee was
You know, when I
September
would
8th
go
and
across the
September 9th.
table, if
So we believe the
when Lori
investigation
said,
has
and
found
my
that
friend
Tylee was
Tammy,
no longer living at
yeah,
the time
at
of
her
this email.
sentencing.
Okay.
So, yeah,
And was it
shit.
significant to you that was just one day after her last known sighting?
Yes.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 98? And Your Honor, this is 98 is a certificate of authenticity with one subpart 98A. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
Very well. 98 and 98A are both admitted.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 98A? And can you describe what it is?
98A is airline information that we received via search warrant for 2 American airlines. We requested several names in the warrant to see if we could find out whether or not Tylee or JJ were on a plane somewhere during our search for them.
And these are the American airline records.
Correct.
And did you find any history of Tylee Ryan or JJ Vallow or Lori Vallow on these documents?
There were several flights for Lori during the period of time we requested from January 1st of 2019 through 2020. And there was only 2 flights that were listed for Tylee, and one was in February and one was in March, and they were both round trips to Hawaii. But there were no flights for JJ.
So, no, I'm sorry, did you say no flights for JJ?
No flights for JJ on American Airlines.
And what was the time frame in which you asked for these records?
January 1st of 2019 through the end of the year.
And do you recall why that was?
Well, we knew that they had moved up to Idaho in September, but we wanted to see if there was any regular places that they went to or visited that we may reach out to another agency or something to try to find and locate JJ and Tylee.
All right. And so to clarify, you stated you found 2 flights for Tylee Ryan to Hawaii
Yes,
and multiple flights for Lori Vallow.
correct. And also Chad Daybell.
Oh, okay. And were What of those flights of Lori Vallow are of interest to your investigation?
Well, the biggest one was in and around time of that Tammy Daybell was killed.
Grounds. Sustain.
Um,
I'll strike just the last part of the response saying Tammy was killed.
all right. Are you aware of what day Tammy Daybell died?
Yes, it was the 19th of October, 2019.
All right. And so one of these flights of Lori Vallow coincided with that death. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. And there was another flight as well that was in and around that time that was pertinent to us.
And what flight was that?
That was the flight in early November where Chad and Lori flew to Hawaii to get married. They were married on November 5th and they flew out on the 3rd of November.
And that was on these American Airlines documents.
Correct.
Okay. Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 100? Your Honor, State's Exhibit 100 is a business records affidavit with one subpart A. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
Any objection to the admission of 100 or 100A? All right, both are admitted.
Detective, State's Exhibit 100, what is it?
It is business records affidavit for Southwest Airlines.
And what is 100A?
This are airline information reservations for Southwest Air.
And did you find anything in these records that were pertinent to your investigation?
We found that Lori and Charles traveled on this airline through 2019, and we learned that JJ had flown 6 times, but that was all prior to them moving to Idaho.
Okay. And do you know what those flights were?
They were flights from Phoenix to Houston, where Charles Vallow lived at the time, and JJ would fly back and forth between Phoenix and Houston to visit.
Okay. And did you find any other records on Southwest Airlines that were pertinent to your investigation?
Just give me a moment. I'm not seeing anything for Southwest Air.
Primarily those flights for JJ Vallow.
Correct.
And did you find any flights for Tylee Ryan on Southwest?
I don't believe we did.
Detective, do you have State's Exhibit 99? And again, Your Honor, State's Exhibit 99 is a business records declaration with one subpart A.
I do not have that.
Your Honor, may the witness be handed a copy?
All right, I don't believe the court has a courtesy copy of that one either.
Can I ask counsel? Okay,
You can still,
I guess, can you show it to counsel in the court and then?
I'll just do some light reading, Judge.
very well.
Judge, can counsel and I approach just briefly?
Yes.
What the hell are we doing now? Ooh, Panera. Oh, that sounds so good. Yeah, Frazzle, do you have another storm coming? The hell's going on in here? Oh, the old lady day. Oh, that's so funny. I need to try to think about. I need to do that. You know, groceries are so freaking expensive right now. Oh, God. You're prepared? Well, I'm glad to hear that. Frazzled. What kind of storm? Wow. Oh my God, are you serious? What the hell is going on? Come here. Come here. Come here. Come say hi. Do you? I'm really bad. I don't. I need to start. I think just in the past week between going to Costco and
And I'm sorry, what were those dates?
we've spent probably
Dates were
$1,500
for
on
April
groceries.
26th through the 29th of
It's
2019.
crazy.
And Detective, do you have States Exhibit 305A
You just switched
and
your
305?
oh, wished
And
your
Your
dog
Honor,
would go outside
305
without
is
me.
a
Right.
certification of records.
Yeah.
I believe this comes in by way of stipulation with one part 305A.
That's
Oh, I
correct.
didn't see you earlier, Beck.
305 and 305A are admitted.
Detective, do you recognize States Exhibit 305A?
Yes, this is airline
I
reservation
saw a
information from
picture
United
of your
Airlines.
lunch date.
And
That
who is it
is
for?
so
And what does
cute.
what does this document tell you?
This document tells me that the passenger on the reservation is for Chad Daybell.
And does this coincide with the last document you looked at in time?
Yes,
And does it say who purchased the flight?
this flight was purchased by Lori Vallow through her BBVA account.
But the person flying was Mr. Daybell.
Correct.
Detective, we've talked a lot about finances and travel. Looking at, is it fair to say you've reviewed several travel records pertaining to individuals involved in this case?
Yes.
And did you have to look at a large amount of documents to do so?
Yes.
Detective, in aid of the jury understanding the travel dates that are important to your investigation, did you prepare a timeline that shows the travel of the different parties?
Yes.
And what records did you use to create that timeline?
We used airline records from Allegiant, Delta, American, United.
And did you prepare that document in aid of your testimony today?
Yes.
Do you believe it would aid the jury in understanding
I
the
think
dates
they went back and forth out of
and the
Gateway
places
all the time.
traveled to?
Yes.
I think so.
Detective, can you look at States Exhibit 303? Detective, is this that document that you prepared in aid of the jury?
Yes.
Is it a true and accurate representation of what you prepared?
Yes.
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes, the state would move to admit Exhibit 303 into the record.
For demonstrative purposes, there's no
Beck, did you ever have
Exhibit 303 is admitted.
the cinnamon rolls?
Detective, I'm going to turn your attention to the first page of 303.
I have not, Queen. I have never. The kids
And
have
can you
some.
walk the jury
but
through this timeline?
Sure.
I know Allegiant
This
is
is
the.
a travel
I
timeline
think
for
Allegiant's
Chad
the
and
only
Lori
one that
Daybell.
fly. That
This first box on top of the timeline right before January shows that Chad and Lori met
oh, good. I'm glad you
on
had
the
it.
26th of
Did
October.
T have
in
one? Do you like it?
2018. So this starts in January of 2019.
Me and
So,
Jack finished
In
off where I
January
had
on
here
the
today.
6th to the 10th,
He really likes
Chad
them.
Daybell flies round trip from Idaho Falls to Phoenix, and the flight was booked in December of 2018 by Mr. Daybell using the Chad Daybell Gmail address, the same one he used for the Kauai Dreams Realty. As we move to March,
You
we
like
see
that?
that Lori Vallow booked a round trip flight from Phoenix Mesa to Idaho Falls, but she canceled this flight on the 26th for unknown reasons. But she ended up booking a
Yeah.
flight and flew to Hawaii for this time frame. In the middle to late March, on the 19th through the 21st, Chad Daybell flew from round trip from Idaho Falls
Oh, really? Oh,
to Phoenix
good.
Mesa, and the flight was
I think I'm
booked
gonna
on the
make those
13th
again.
of March 2019 by Lori Vallow, and this is her lolly time
I don't
forever
like that
iCloud
it can only be certain dates, though,
email associated with that account.
or days. Like
April,
they go.
Lori flies one way from Phoenix Mesa to Idaho Falls. The flight was booked on the 29th, so it
They
was
don't
fairly
go
quick.
everywhere every
And then
day.
she flies one way back to, on the next one up here, she flies back from Idaho Falls to Phoenix. And that was booked on the 3rd of April.
I'm gonna have to make
And
more,
and
huh?
She booked her flight.
They were good.
On April 26th, this is the one we just talked about. Chad flew round trip from Idaho Falls to Houston, Texas, with a stop in Denver. It was booked by Lori Vallow and paid for by her BBVA bank account. Mr. Daybell did use his Spring Creek credit card to pay
Yeah,
for
that's what
an
Ashley
extra
said,
baggage
right.
for the flight. As we move over into May, we see Lori flew one way from Phoenix Mesa to Provo, Utah, and the flight was booked by Lori. And then up here we have the date of July 11th, 2019. That's the day that Charles Vallow died.
And the AC never works. I think the APU is always out on their
Can
planes.
you walk the jury through the second page of that timeline?
They were
Okay.
my
Can I zoom in a little bit?
customer.
One thing I want you to take
Lori.
notice of, if you could please, is that after Charles Vallow dies, Lori
And we
flies under the
rebuilt
name
their
of Lori
APUs, and
Ryan
the kids were always
the rest
like,
of the year.
"Yeah, it's
I
freaking
think
hot
there
on
was,
that
she booked a
damn
flight
plane."
a
APUs
day or
always
so
out.
after Charles died, but still used the name Vallow, but everything else is Lori Ryan. So in August,
Really frazzled. Wow.
You see up here the timeline, they're moving to Idaho. And then late August, Lori flies up a round trip from Phoenix Mesa to Idaho Falls, and she books her flight. And Melanie Boudreau, and that's Lori's niece, she was also on this trip.
Oh, yeah.
We believe that this is the signing of the rental lease
Yeah, it does.
just prior to them moving up. You see here on the timeline as we go on September 8th.
Legs,
the
I
last
made
known
some
sighting
damn
of
good
Tylee
ones.
Ryan. We move over to
Big
the
cinnamon roll.
22nd. That's our last known sighting of JJ. So in October 8th through the 13th, Lori Ryan flies a round trip from Idaho Falls to Phoenix Mesa. And this is the trip where she took to Missouri, which we had the Venmo used from the Missouri hotel. What's significant about this date is this is the day before Tammy Daybell had an incident where she was shot at.
They were
and
all
reported
over
to
that
police.
Allegiant, weren't
Judge,
they?
I'm going to object at this point to the characterization.
I'll sustain it as to that final statement and strike that part of the witness response. Mr. Wood, if you'd ask another question, I believe we're just getting into a whole narrative at this point as well.
I understand it, Your Honor. After October 9th, what was the next event that took place?
Lori flies round trip from Las Vegas to Kauai. The date of the 17th of October is just before Tammy Daybell was found dead on the 19th. She was scheduled to return on the 21st on this flight. As you move over to the 24th of October, she flies one way from Phoenix to Idaho Falls after flying back from Hawaii. Now down here we have on the 23rd, just to give you a sense of where on the timeline things falls, that Tammy Daybell had her funeral service in Rexburg on the 23rd. As we move to early November, Chad and Lori fly round trip from Salt Lake City to Kauai. Chad flies from Salt Lake City. Lori, we believe, drove a vehicle down to Arizona and then met up with Chad in Southern California. There was a family trip that Chad took with his kids to California during this time. But what was significant to us is that Chad booked this flight just 5 days after the funeral service for Tammy Daybell. Continuing,
Well, Detective, I actually want to ask you a question.
Mr.
All right.
Wood, I'd like to take a look at the time as well. I don't know how much longer you've got on the timeline, but
You got one more page, Your Honor?
okay, let's do that. It'll take longer.
Okay. Detective, this last box, you'll see my pen pointing at, that's marked 11/3/2019. Does that coincide at all with what your investigation shows about the marriage of Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow?
yes, they departed for Hawaii and were married in Hawaii on the 5th of November.
And then one last page. Detective, what's marked in the first two boxes?
So we have here Lori and Chad flew one way from Hawaii to Phoenix. And below that, they arrived in Idaho Falls on Allegiant Airlines. On the 28th, Chad flew
They
one way
have.
from Salt Lake.
They have.
And again, I believe
And
I may have.
they're
mixed up on
taking
the
lunch
last
very
page, but
soon.
Lori was scheduled to be on this flight, but we believe she drove her car to Arizona. His box on the reservation was marked flown and hers was left empty, so it was designated to open. So, and this was also a trip that was a family trip that Chad paid for his kids and their spouses to fly to California to have over the Thanksgiving holiday. There was no record of Tylee or JJ on this trip at all.
Now, Detective, you had mentioned a trip earlier. Is it possible that this was the trip you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And then the last box.
The last box is Chad and Lori flew one way from LAX to Hawaii where they took up residence.
Yeah, I just
And
fast
I'm
forward
sorry,
through
in
it.
the
There's-
last
yes, there's one more box. Can you?
box on the top of the timeline is June 9th, and that's when we found JJ and Tylee.
Your Honor, I believe now would be time to break.
Okay, we will go ahead and take the
Okay, you
lunch
got it
recess at
right.
this
You got it
time.
right,
We'll plan
Legs.
on that
See?
being right around an hour, so just shortly after 1 o'clock, we'll try to get started again, go through the afternoon with another break then. And if he knows a history of whether the felony resulted in a withheld judgment or whether Alex Cox
Yeah, we better take a little break, right? And just say, not, I got it fast forwarded through there, but maybe we can find something. Gerri, were you here? Oh, I can't remember now. What happened? Where did Chad get the money from book sales? No, you know what happened? No, Legs. This is the thing. I don't think he made a dime off his own books. I don't know if any. I think probably more people bought them now. But it was her insurance money. It was he got 450,000 life insurance from Tammy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, she was getting what, like 6,000 a month between all the Social Security she was stealing. Did you see the picture I made yesterday? I know. Isn't that disgusting? Well, you know, they're not supposed to be listening at all if they're going to testify. But I wonder if they heard it in Lori's. A lot of this was in Lori's too. I know, it's so sad. Obviously, I think that my picture is pretty funny. Were you in here yesterday when I showed it, Gerri? Oh, let me give Legs her point. Oh, sometimes I make myself laugh. Humpty Dumpty. He's so gross, my God. Oh, Lord. That makes me laugh. What a dipshit. Oh, you know what? I need to show everybody what, all right. What's his name? Ian Pulowski? Is that his name? Something weird. Oh, I want you guys to see this. Yeah, his name is Ian. I thought so. Gross. Who married the niece? I think most of the people involved in this case. Oh, yeah. All the Melanies need to go to jail. They do. I think. Yeah, his name's Ian. Like, what did they do? They just went to go and marry really gross people all of a sudden. I don't fucking get it. So weird. Let me show you him. Yeah. Look at this dipshit. Look at him. Look how he sits in his belly and shit. Wow. Yeah, they didn't. Yeah, exactly. He did. You're right. He did. Can you imagine just stepping in the middle of this shit? Like, what the fuck? He should have got the hell out of there. And you know what? They were hell bent to get. They don't. They do. You're right, Sicilian. Yep. That's Melanie. She was married to Brandon Boudreau. Let me find him. Like, they both just left their husbands for this nonsense. Trying to find a good. I keep finding Ian. I don't know why I can't seem to. Oh, yeah, I know. Oh, right. Yeah. I never even thought about that part. So this is her ex-husband, the one they tried to kill. And then she went and married that dumpy dude. Her and Lori both just literally went to marry these Humpty Dumptys. I don't even get it. Like, what the fuck? This shit made no sense to me. Oh my God. When is this, Legs? Jeez. Oh my God. Oh my God. He's not on. Hey, can he get on his mom's insurance? Yeah, you're right, Sicilian. That's a good idea. Yeah, I was told that before too. Yeah, you can find lots of ways to get them down. There are different things too. You can also try, you can ask the pharmacist. They'll tell you also. Well, I know sometimes GoodRx or something, we can get our stuff less than using our insurance. Definitely check GoodRx too. But contact the pharmaceutical company. Yeah. Yep, that's pretty good. I think it's good. You guys remember she was hell bent to get this one too. You know that? Remember whenever they went over to his house, to her parents' house? Right. Yeah, that's what I say too. Yeah, I don't want it. Yeah, you can get that down. You can get that down one way, some way or another. You can. Yeah, you can get them down though. A lot. Right. I don't know. There are ways that you can get, I know we don't have really great insurance, so we just pay out of pocket for everything. And you can get discount. They'll give you certain discounts at, what they're going to charge your insurance is ridiculous. Always. If they can, they'll do it. But the insurance we've had the last couple of years does not take, our doctor is not on there. So they just give us some kind of a discount we pay out of pocket. Right. 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 Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Bobby, I know. Wow. God, that's crazy. You're funny, Queen. Oh. Okay, I'll get it started back up. Is that fast enough, or do you want me to go a little bit faster on it? Oh my God. Oh shit, legs. Okay, Queen. Oh my gosh, legs. Yikes. All right. Don't forget the questions up on the screen. Everybody. You are a queen. You are awesome. Appreciate you so much. Okay, I'll be back. I'm gonna have to go find something to eat.
The jury is present. All right, thank you. Please be seated.
How he stands there with his hands in front of him. He's so gross.
We have concluded the lunch recess. Detective Consitis is on the stand, continuing in direct examination. I'll remind the detective he's still under oath.
Thanks.
Also,
I don't
for
know
those
what I'm
in
gonna
attendance
have, but
today, the
it's
courtroom
gonna
conduct
taste
order
good.
remains
I
in
do
effect
know
through the
that.
afternoon. We'll continue at this time then with additional direct examination. Mr. Wood.
Your Honor, the state has no further questions for this witness at this time.
Okay, then Mr. Pryor.
Yes, her
cross-examination.
husband is awesome. Her whole family is.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask if that was on the record, and if it is, I'm going to move to strike it.
I didn't hear what was said. I apologize.
Judge, I had
It's on
comment.
sidebar.
If you could just bear with me, Detective, I apologize for.
And Mr. Pryor, make sure your mic's turned on.
I think that verifies it. So Detective, I'm going to bounce around a little bit. Do you mind?
No.
Okay. By all indications of what you've testified today, it appears that Alex Cox and Lori Vallow had a very close relationship. Is that fair?
Yes,
Okay. They shared multiple accounts, and by your count, how many accounts did they share together?
I believe it was just that one Barclays credit card account.
Oh, I was under the impression there were a couple of bank accounts that they shared together in addition to credit cards. Is that right? Do you need to refresh your recollection?
Yes, please.
Right, whatever it takes. You have your book up there? Mr. Wood has it.
We'll have the bailiff deliver those exhibits to the witness, please.
Take whatever time you need, officer, as well, okay?
Thank you. I believe I can recollect that there's only the one account, the Barclays credit card, that she was on Alex's account.
And was Alex on any of her accounts?
I don't believe so.
Okay, I may have misunderstood your testimony then. Now, you went over a timeline, and I think it was 303 was the timeline. Do you recall that?
Yes.
If I could.
And please indicate what you're publishing there, Mr. Pryor.
I think it's 303, Judge. The exhibit, Mr. Wood.
All right, exhibit 303 that's being published.
Try to get that where we are here. Okay. So I'm looking at 303, and it talks about Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow met in 2018. Correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then there was a flight to Mesa, Arizona on 1/6 of 2019. You see
Correct.
that? Was that a business trip for Mr. Daybell? Do you know?
I don't.
Do you know whether or not he was appearing at a podcast on that day?
I have no information of that.
Okay. And then we go to 3/19/2019. Are you aware that Mr. Daybell may have been on a business trip that day?
I was unaware.
Okay. Were you aware of what Mr. Daybell's occupation is?
He owned a Spring Creek Books.
Okay.
Book
Published
company.
books, right?
Books, sells books.
Right.
Did some podcasting, and he also spoke at some events.
Right. So he would travel on occasion, and you saw a history of that as well, that he would travel and go to various locations for various reasons, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we don't know what the purpose of that is. What we know is that he met Lori Vallow in October of 2018, and that he traveled for a couple of trips. Okay. And then on the same timeline, you put Charles Vallow's death back on July 11th of 2019. Mr. Daybell traveling twice, what does that have to do with Charles Vallow's death?
Doesn't have anything to do with Charles Vallow's death.
So why'd you put it on this timeline?
Just to show it from January of 2019 across the entire year.
Or was it just to get a reaction from the jury so that they would say, oh my goodness, he's traveling and he must be going to see someone, even though you don't even know what he was going for, right?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained. Counsel, apparently we need a brief sidebar quickly, sorry.
What the fuck? What? Oh, hey, Becca. Good to see you. What the hell is it wrong with this guy? Argumentative, I guess. You know what? This cop had to track all that stuff. And he got very emotional about this today. Kids were killed, you piece of shit. Oh my God. That's pissing me off. Hey, DC. Oh my gosh. Okay. Give our love. What? He came in real hot and heavy, didn't he? God. That just made me mad. I never even found anything to eat yet. This guy had me all pissed off. I got to try to remember. He is a jerk. Why? I can't believe he's like attacking this cop like that. Why is it on that timeline? I don't. You know what? I don't know. Why don't you ask old fucking Humpty Dumpty over there? They're the ones that did this shit. Oh, is that from the boy? Oh. Oh, I think I'm hangry too. I am. I am sick of Humpty Dumpty. I am. And his stupid attorney. They're the ones who did it. I know. You know what? I think it says Tube Ma. Exactly. He is scum. I don't know who could even want to save him. Oh my gosh. I don't see it yet. I'll keep looking for it. He's belly laughing. Oh. Oh. Were you saying Tube Ma? Were you, sweetheart? Oh. I love that. That's so sweet. I know. I know. Oh, you know what? What is wrong with me? I need to fast forward it. What the hell is wrong with me?
I'd have to review the whole document.
Conduct order, no unauthorized recording of any type, audio or video is permitted. And if you have a device doing that, you may not only be required to leave the courtroom, you could be held in contempt by the court. So I will remind those in attendance here of that. We didn't confirm anything. That was the reason for the delay, is to address that concern. I do want the jurors to know it was only a concern about a potential recording of audio, and also that the delay was not in any way caused by anything done by counsel, the state or the defense here. It was simply us trying to maintain the court's order of the courtroom without unauthorized recording taking place, which again, we have not even confirmed occurred. That was the purpose of the delay. So I apologize for interrupting you, Mr. Pryor. If you'd like to get on with your cross-examination at this point, then you may continue.
And could I inquire the last question, just so I know where I was?
For me to say, hey.
There was a question actually with a
Oh,
sustained
he's
objection.
being
It was
silly. Are you
argumentative.
tired?
And so I think if you just want to start
Oh,
over on a new
Tube Ma
question,
loves
you were talking
you.
about the 2019 timeline.
Oh, he's so sweet.
So if I understand on the timeline of 2019, the
Oh,
purpose
love
is to
that.
show contact between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow.
Oh, I
Well, it
love
shows
it.
that Lori was paying for Chad's flights, so there is some contact there.
Okay. Okay. And we don't know what those flights are for, right? And how many flights are you claiming he paid or that she paid for him?
On this page here
Sweetheart.
or in total?
Total?
I'd have to review the whole document to see it.
Go ahead. 'Cause that needs, if you need to do that, refresh your recollection, go ahead.
Can I use my exhibit here? 'Cause it's-
Absolutely, please.
Isn't that the cutest thing? I know. He's such a sweetheart. I love that. I know, isn't that sweet?
Appears to be just 2 flights.
And those would be on the 2019 of January and
too,
March of
Gerri.
2019, correct?
Yes.
That really has nothing to do with the death of Charles Vallow, does it?
No.
Okay. What it has to do is apparently one of them's buying flights for the other, right?
Yes.
And it's not really suggesting anything else other than that,
I
right?
know,
No.
right?
Okay.
I love that.
Did you
am
happen to know the facts surrounding Charles Vallow's death?
I don't know all the facts, but I'm aware of some of them.
And you're also aware that Chad Daybell hasn't been criminally implicated in being charged with any of the matters relating to Charles Vallow, correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay.
right. So does the
So
jury.
When we're looking
So
at
does
when
the
they
jury.
met, and at the top where you said Charles Vallow's death,
Shut up.
you know, all due respect, officers, this seems to be implying that in some way buying 2 tickets, Lori Vallow buying Chad Daybell 2 tickets somehow implicates him in that. That's not what you're suggesting, is it?
No.
Okay. Now you mentioned, and Judge, could I have exhibit 34? And I'm going to move for admission of G through, I think it's J. The ones that have not been admitted as of yet. I think A through F have been admitted. The remainder on that drive, I'm asking
All
to be
right.
admitted.
I have
By
to go make
stipulation of the
me
parties,
a
Judge.
hot fudge sundae right now.
All right, it's on a thumb drive, Mr. Pryor.
Yeah, if I could have the thumb drive, Judge, I can take the exhibit, plug it in, and then discuss what I need to discuss with the officer.
Okay, you can go ahead and plug that in. Before we publish anything, we need to go through whether or not these additional exhibits are admitted or not.
They've been stipulated, Judge, as admission,
Okay,
the state and myself.
so G through J, the state does not object to them being admitted. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct. Without seeing it on the screen, I'm not exactly sure what this exhibit is, though. At the
All right.
moment.
If you'll just speak up, if you see something you believe was not admitted by stipulation, I'll rule at this point, exhibit 34 remaining documents G through J are admitted. And Mr. Pryor, perhaps you could make a proffer of what each one is before you publish it, just so the state's aware.
Okay, and Judge, just so all the parties understand, those are just emails by Alex Cox, or excuse me, emails. Those are searches by Alex Cox in relation to firearms during a pertinent period, and that's what those were. And Judge, they are part and parcel of the mass stipulation regarding all of the contents of, I think it's Homer J. Maximus on exhibit number 34, which by agreement of the prosecution, the state, all of the contents of the Homer J. Maximus account are stipulated to be admissible.
Okay.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
So, officer, we're going to switch again. You testified about the records as they relate to Alex Cox and the period of time when there were some interest in firearms, correct?
Correct.
And what I heard your testimony, at least the way I took it, is that you're suggesting that that's the only time that Alex Cox ever looked at firearms.
Objection misstates the testimony.
I'll rephrase.
Go ahead.
Are you suggesting that that was the only time that Alex Cox ever looked at firearms?
No.
Okay, so the purpose of identifying firearms during that specific period was just to show that on his purchases, he seemed to buy a lot of firearms at that time.
In that short amount of time, correct.
Okay. Were you aware that he had looked at firearms on other occasions?
No.
Are you aware of anything that would prevent Alex Cox from purchasing firearms?
No.
Were you aware of anything in previous life as it related to Alex Cox, a felony conviction that would prevent Alex Cox from purchasing firearms?
I understand that there was an arrest, but it did not hamper or hinder his ability to obtain firearms.
Okay, and the nature of that arrest was what?
I believe it was a
Your
physical-
Honor, I'm going to object at this point. I think that pursuant to the court's earlier order, I don't think this can go any further.
Also saying,
unrelevant.
it's calling for something that's I've considered irrelevant, but if you want to re-ask the question, Mr. Pryor, it just relates to the type of charge or conviction.
So there was a felony conviction, or there was a felony conviction of Alex Cox in what year, sir?
Unknown year. I don't know what year it was.
In his previous history.
Yes.
Okay. And as a result of that, you're not aware of whether or not that was a restriction on his ability to purchase firearms. Is that right?
My understanding is that the arrest or the plea agreement or something to that effect didn't violate or hinder his ability to obtain firearms. That's my understanding of it.
Okay. So in other words, the disposition and after the disposition, when he was sentenced and it was resolved, your position is that it didn't inhibit him in any way to pursue or an interest in any kind of firearms.
It's my understanding.
And where did you gain that knowledge from?
I don't recall. It was, I don't recall specifically where I heard that.
Okay. Judge, I'm just waiting for this to queue up. There we are. So again, as part of your, and we may not have to go into this, but as part of your determination, all you were really looking at during that period was an interest in a purchase of firearms in that specific period, correct?
If we were looking for that specifically, but it did, having reviewed the documents for the year of 2019, in that short amount of time, there was some purchases being made.
Okay. But you didn't look back in any other periods, is that right?
No, we were,
You did.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
We were just looking at a specific time frame for
Okay.
JJ and Tylee.
Okay. And you mentioned a shooting of Tammy Daybell. Is that right?
Yes,
And were you aware that the evidence as far as Tammy Daybell is that she was alleging that it was a paintball gun?
I'm aware of that.
Okay. So how is it that talking to this jury about all these purchases of firearms has anything to do with a paintball incident?
Objection misstates the testimony.
Overruled.
You can answer it, sir.
Repeat the question, please.
How is all of the purchase of these firearms during that period have anything to do with Tammy Daybell having a paintball gun shot at her?
As far as the timeline was concerned, it doesn't, but
Okay.
it was on the timeline of events for the year.
Oh, okay. And you chose which events are on the timeline, right?
They were major events, if you will, for key dates.
And some of those major events were a paintball gun being shot at you, right?
Yes.
Okay. I at any time during the review of all of the bank records, did Chad and Lori ever have a joint account at any time?
I don't believe they did,
Okay,
even after they were married.
right. They never commingled their money, did they?
Not that we were,
Okay. Yet Alex and Lori did, right?
yes, on that one account, yes.
Okay. Now you talked about Tylee's bank account and how you believe that it was used after what you feel is the date that Tylee had the last known proof of life, right? And
What
also,
account was that?
well, it was the account where you talked about the Costa Vida, the 2 trips to Costa Vida.
That would be her BBVA account, yes.
Okay. Did you look into who were the participants in that Costa Vida?
Yeah, we attempted to. I went down in person and met with the managers of both stores. We obtained the receipts for them, and we were asking if they had any kind of video or anything that would show whether it was a take-in or a take-out or a dine-in.
Right.
And there was no video. Too much time had passed for any video feed to show exactly who used the card. But we know when that Tylee's phone was in the immediate area of the cell tower footage, or in the range of the cell towers next to the Costa Vida that would fall into that area. And based on when Chad and Lori were detained in Hawaii in possession of Tylee's phone, that led us to believe that it was not Tylee that made that purchase.
Okay.
Costa Vida.
And I appreciate that, but I'm grateful for you to point out that you took the liberty of looking at the GPS information for Tylee's phone. I appreciate that. Did you happen to look at the GPS information as it relates to Alex Cox on both of those days and whether he was at the Costa Vida?
I did not review those.
Would it surprise you that it was Alex Cox at the Costa Vida on both of those instances with Lori Vallow using that particular account? Would that surprise you?
Objection, facts not in evidence.
I just asked him if it surprised him, Judge.
Well, the way it's asked, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. So you didn't look at Alex Cox's GPS records to determine whether Alex Cox was one of the people at Cosa Vida during that luncheon and the use of Tylee's card, right?
I just know that Tylee's phone was down in that area, and that's all I can testify to.
Okay. But you didn't go any further. You had access to the GPS records of those folks, right?
I did not. I would go and ask, and and then information would come back, just to follow up on information. That's all. I didn't
Well,
review.
so as part of a law enforcement cooperative with all of these folks, you weren't sharing GPS information with the other agencies regarding Alex Cox's GPS information?
Not a forensic computer analysis.
Okay.
That's not my position at the police department, so
Well,
I didn't have physical custody of that.
Well, and I guess that's why I'm wondering how important this information is that the card was used, because you had the ability to check Alex Cox's phone to determine he was there, right?
The ability?
Yeah, you had the ability to inquire from one of the many agencies working on this thing as to determine who exactly was there, because you had everybody's phones, right?
Tylee's card was used and Tylee's phone was in that immediate area. That's all the information I had.
So you're not looking to suggest by telling this jury that the card was used illegally, that it was people who were engaged in, you're not suggesting Mr. Daybell was there, are you?
That's unknown. I don't know.
Well, and that's what thank you for saying that, because I'm trying to figure out what was the purpose of you telling this jury that the card was used unlawfully. Was it to shed light on somebody, or to maybe create a hunch that maybe Mr. Daybell was there when he wasn't?
Action argumentative.
Sustained.
The fact is, you didn't go the extra step to find the unknown as to who was using the card, did you?
I went the extra step and went down to see if there was video of somebody using the card, and just knowing that the record of Tylee's phone being used. There was no other record of Tylee being around, so that's followed up on.
And I think maybe we're not communicating very clearly. So maybe I need to make it a little clearer. I understand you're saying Tylee wasn't there to use that, but you didn't look into who was using it, did you?
Objection misstates the testimony. He testified that he did look into that.
Sustained.
Okay. You didn't use any additional GPS information to pin down exactly who was there using the phone, did you?
No.
Okay. Now, there's no information to suggest that Chad Daybell took any of the funds from the Social Security of Tylee or JJ, right?
Correct.
Okay. So those allegations have to do with Lori Vallow.
Yes.
So in regards to Chad Daybell, the issues of all that Social Security and then the money that was taken is just a reflection on Lori Vallow. It's not a reflection on Chad Daybell, is it?
Correct.
Okay. Judge, I think that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, that will conclude the cross. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to redirect, you may.
Just very briefly. Detective, just for clarity, was one of your assignments to review the finances of some of the individuals in this case?
Yes.
Were you responsible for GPS data?
No.
Detective, you were asked about on your timeline the significance of Lori Vallow booking flights for Chad Daybell.
Yes.
Why was that significant to your investigation?
In the totality of the travel timeline, it shows when they meet, and then Lori begins buying Chad's flights and paying for Chad's flights, and then Lori traveling to Idaho quite a few times during that window.
So
No,
defense counsel asked
they
you
were
about
looking-
whether or not Mr.
they
Daybell
were
was traveling
looking
for
for
business
some
purposes when
children that
Lori
ended
booked
up
those flights.
being found buried in this mother.
In all your review of the
fucking pussy-ass
finances, are
motherfucker's
you aware
yard.
of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell being in a
Oh,
business
I am
together?
ready to
No.
lose my
But were they in a
shit right
relationship together?
I believe so, yes.
And counsel asked you about the Social Security funds that Lori Vallow received.
Yes.
Was she married to Chad
And
Daybell?
those
when
kids'
she
money
received
were
some
paying
of
for
those
him
funds?
to fucking
No further questions, Your Honor?
fly back and
All right,
forth
thank you.
like
And I
a
don't believe
piece
that
of
opens up any
absolute
grounds for
fucking
re-
shit.
Ross, so that will conclude the testimony then of Detective Considas. Is this witness going to be recalled, counsel?
Your Honor, he will be.
And he's under subpoena from my office as well, Judge.
All right, so Detective Considas, then this exclusionary rule still prohibits you from viewing any of the testimony or discussing in your testimony with others that testify in the trial between now and the time you're recalled. I mentioned that because this case is being live streamed, so please don't access or watch the case, and I'll be questioning you as to whether or not you followed this instruction before you return for testimony later, whenever that occurs. All right, thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff, for clearing off the witness stand there. Is the state ready to call another witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who will that be?
The state would call Michael Douglas.
You happen to know what his title is?
A forensic accountant.
Okay.
And Your Honor, before I inquire, I do have courtesy copies for the court of his exhibits. And then this goes to the defense.
Okay, I'll have the bailiff submit those. All right, the witness has now been sworn. Let me just inquire before you begin testifying, based on the court's exclusionary rule. Have you watched any of this testimony that's occurred in the trial thus far?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, have you talked to anyone else about their testimony that they've provided in the case?
No, sir.
All right, with that affirmation then, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to inquire, you may.
Thank you. And before I do, can I just verify with the court that State's Exhibit 77 has been admitted?
Yes. Yes, it has.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Douglas, can you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Michael Douglas, Douglass.
What is your occupation?
I'm a forensic accountant,
And who do you work for?
the FBI or the Federal Bureau of Investigations.
How long have you worked for the FBI?
Nearly 7 years. I'm close enough.
And what work did you do before that?
I was a tax and fraud auditor for the State Tax Commission for 4 years.
Is there a title beyond forensic accountant that we should call you, or is Mr. Douglas okay?
Mr. Douglas is fine.
Okay. And tell me what a forensic accountant does.
In sum, we review electronic and financial data, create a financial analysis, provide this information to the investigative team, discuss this with the prosecutors, hold interviews with subjects and witnesses, and testify to our findings.
Right. And when you do a forensic accounting, do you just look at bank accounts, financial records? Do you take other, well, I'll just ask it like that. Do you only look at bank accounts and financial records?
No.
What else do you do?
Individual search history usually provides additional data where they might be banking at. So search history is one. Apps that they have on their phone would be another. So in some electronic data, as well as the financials, provide us additional information where to search records.
Right. And in terms of your investigation overall, do you look at an investigation as a whole when you're doing a forensic accounting to see how the finances might affect other events?
We do, yes.
How did you become involved in the case regarding Mr. Daybell?
My office had been involved with the investigation for a few months before I was inquired to be upon the investigation or in the investigation. I was told that there was a voluminous amount of financial records and requests that had gone out and sought out to review that information.
And so tell us about some of the work you did. How did you get started? What did you do first?
A lot of the work had been done for me before I got on. The PD had sent out multiple search warrants and subpoenas for the financial records, some travel information. And then when I was brought on around March of 2020, a lot of the records were starting to come in and started reviewing just as it trickled in and built a large spreadsheet of whose account, whose transactions these were, what bank they were affiliated with. And it got to the tune of nearly 80 bank accounts and credit cards.
All right.
Same as
And you said the PD. Can you tell the jury
Sorry.
what the PD is?
the Rexburg Police Department. Sorry.
And so you work for the FBI, but you worked with the Rexburg Police Department at some level in this case.
I did.
All right. And I'm sorry, you said approximately 80 accounts were looked at.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that can I have the witness be handed State's Exhibit 111? Detective, is part of, well, I'll wait till you get that.
Thank you.
Are you familiar with State's Exhibit 111?
I am.
What does it purport to be?
This is a timeline that I created regarding Tylee's bank account records, including her JP Morgan Chase account and her BBVA, or as I also call it, her Compass account, and the transactions that took place monthly in each.
Is the full name of BBVA Compass?
It's a Southern bank, but yeah, BBVA Compass is the full.
And so, as part of your investigation, did you do a review of Tylee's finances?
I did.
And what did that entail?
So with Tylee's, originally we had we had to send a supplemental request to get the full data. Tylee was a minor, so she had a bank account with her mother, Lori. And this included what will be noted as in blue as the JP Morgan Chase account, 3918 deposits. Tylee was receiving Social Security, as I'll discuss later, from the death of her father, Joe Ryan. And these deposits, that's what the blue indicates. The orange is indicative of the transactions that were taking place in this account. And then Lori and Tylee opened Tylee's BBVA Compass account ending 5794. The deposits that go into this, I'll explain later. These come from an account that Lori had with BBVA. And then the withdrawals will be noted in red of the transactions that took place starting in August and in March of 2020.
And so on State's Exhibit 111, is this a document you created?
Yes,
And is the purpose of this document to demonstrate the level of transactions in these accounts over a given period of time?
it is.
And did you prepare this
I did.
based on those bank accounts you just discussed?
Correct.
And did you do that in preparation for your testimony today?
I did.
Is it your belief that this would aid the jury in understanding the level of transactions over time in Tylee Ryan's bank accounts?
Yes,
And is this a true and accurate copy of what you created?
this is. Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 111 be admitted into evidence for demonstrative purposes.
For demonstrative purposes, there's no objection, Your Honor.
Very well. Exhibit 111 is admitted.
And may I publish?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. And Mr. Douglas, you kind of described it earlier, but can you walk us through how you created this document?
So the original data I took from the bank statements that came in from the bank, put that into an Excel spreadsheet, and then basically separated that data out monthly
Sorry, that
to show
was Jack.
deposits and withdrawals
Sorry.
that took place within the accounts, and over time, the change in the accounts specifically to August and September.
All right, and this graph represents the number of transactions, correct?
Correct.
Not a dollar amount.
No.
Okay. So what did you learn in your investigation as you put this together?
So first, I would like to say Tylee was very responsible with her money. I never saw a negative balance in her account, but this includes the deposits that were coming into her account, specifically from the money she was receiving from Social Security. And then as noted in orange, these were the monthly transactions, basically what I'll refer to as brick and mortar, as well as her electronic. She had electronic payments for her Apple account, her T-Mobile, as well as her Jeep that I'll discuss later.
And so on that graph, on August of 2019 to September of 2019, it appears there's a change in the number of transactions. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And why was that important to you in your investigation?
So Tylee had her JP Morgan account, as did her mother Lori, had multiple JP Morgan accounts. Tylee was making her payments on time and had no reason for the change in her financial status. As I'll describe later, Tylee's Social Security payments get transferred from her JP Morgan account to her mother's BBVA account, her mother being Lori, to which it stays that way, like it never transfers back. This information in August shows that Tylee opens a BBVA Compass account, but the money that goes into it is transferred to her from Lori. Again, she doesn't ever get the money directly. I'll also note that we'll discuss later that she had a job working for her uncle, Jeff Shiflett, Dr. Shiflett at J&S Investments too.
Right, and does that account for some of the deposits?
Yes, earlier in the beginning of 2019.
And again, just to clarify, those numbers just represent transaction numbers, not dollar amounts.
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 112.
Judge, could we approach briefly?
Yes.
Well, I will tell you right now, there is an effort put out there for me to not have any food. I'm telling you right now. I'm going to blame this fucking pencil dick fucking Humpty Dumpty for my food, for my hangry. Yeah, you should dance for everyone. You know, I don't know why I'm not. I'm definitely not trying to stop you from dancing.
All right.
These fools need to get their shit together. You know what? And did they? Somebody is in there.
The jury's present and accounted for.
All right, thank you. Please be seated.
Recording? If somebody goes in there and fucks that shit up, my God, I am gonna lose my temper.
Mr. Wood, you can continue with your direct.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It would. Hell yeah.
If I can continue publishing.
You may.
All right, Mr. Douglas, I believe when we left off, we talked about the box marked 8/12/2019.
That's correct.
Tell us about the next couple of boxes in your timeline.
So on August 14th of 2019, Lori applied for her Rexburg apartment, and on the application, she stated that she was receiving $5,740 Social Security due to a dead husband. 2 days later, August 16th of 2019, Tyler's Social Security payments received a change to be deposited into Lori's BBVA account ending 3229. On August 19th of 2019, Lori and Tylee opened Tylee's BBVA account, which ends in the 5794.
And just really quickly, that is a separate account than the sole BBVA account of Lori Vallow, correct?
Correct. Lori's ended in the 3229. Tylee's ended in the 5794.
Tell us about the box with under 8/28/2019.
So this is when Tylee's Social Security payments start being deposited into Lori's account ending 3229.
And what happened next?
Okay. And then as noted below, we have the move to Rexburg with Lori and the children. And then on September 8th of 2019, while Tylee received a text message from Colby. Colby was inquiring from Tylee for her to send him some money via Venmo. This was a regular occurrence, to which Tylee responded back that she couldn't Venmo him money because mom gets her money now. On the same day, as I stated before, I don't just review financial records, we review electronic data as well. Noted that Chad had searched the wind direction in his search history, and this is also the same day as the last known sighting of Tylee Ryan.
What do you have on September 9th, 2019?
On September 9th, we discovered an email from Lori to her accountant that she had with her husband, Charles Vallow, gentleman by the name of Mike Edson. He was their tax accountant, and she was inquiring about a tax refund she hadn't received yet.
And the next day?
And then on the next day, on September 10th of 2019, Tylee's BBVA account is added as what's called a funding source to Venmo. In short, Venmo is a person-to-person transfer of funds to which you have to link your bank account or your credit card to it. Tylee's BBVA account had not yet been set up on her Venmo account. It was still would have been drawing out of any funds that were in the JP Morgan Chase account.
All right. And then what's marked for 9/20?
And then on 9/20, the data that was provided to us by JP Morgan, this is when Tyler's JP Morgan Chase account is completely closed and the remaining amount was withdrawn.
What happened on 9/22?
As indicated below, this is the last known sighting of JJ Vallow. There's also text information regarding phones associated with Tylee, Lori, and Colby, where either Lori is messaging one or the other or receiving a message from them in request of starting on 9/22 of 19 and including the other dates, October 1st, October 14th, November 22nd, and November 25th of 19 of either requesting or stating that a Venmo payment would be sent to Colby.
And who was requesting Venmo payments?
Colby would request them, but these messages specifically were Lori either texting Tylee's account or Tylee's phone saying to send Colby money, or Lori would text Colby saying that she had transferred money into Tylee's account and Tylee would send the money to Colby.
What's the next event?
So on the bottom, on October 9th of 2019, this is a reported shooting at Miss Tammy Daybell. The following date,
Grounds. Response, Mr. Wood?
Your Honor, I think the evidence has shown so far that, especially with the way he said that is not an inaccurate statement.
All right, and I agree, looking at the time frame as well, or the timeline exhibit here, I'll overrule the objection.
What happened on October 10th?
On October 10th, so Venmo also provided the IP data regarding the transfers of the funds. And in regards to the IP data associated with Tylee's Venmo account on October 10th of 19, a transfer of funds from Tylee's bank account via Venmo was sent to Colby with the IP being in Kansas City, Missouri.
And then if you just go through the last few boxes.
And then to finish up, on October 9th of 19, this is the reported death of Miss Tammy Daybell. On November 5th of 2019 being the wedding of Chad and Lori. And then on June 9th of 20 is the date that we discovered the bodies of Tylee and JJ.
And just to be clear, those dates are on there from what you testified to put this financial information in view of the complete timeline and investigation, correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Douglas, we've been talking about Tylee and a financial timeline you prepared for her. In the course of your investigation, did you prepare a similar timeline for JJ and financial information regarding him?
I did.
Did you do that in preparation for your testimony?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 113. Mr. Douglas, do you recognize State's Exhibit 113?
I do.
What does it purport to be?
This is a similar timeline, but for JJ.
And you just testified that you prepared this.
I prepared this.
And did you do so in an effort to aid the jury in understanding the financial records regarding JJ Vallow?
That's correct.
And what did you use to create that timeline?
This one, there's similar data on this. Also included are some history from, again, Lori's her iCloud account, the rental agreement, and the Social Security and bank records.
And is that a true and accurate representation of the document you created?
It is.
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 113 be entered into evidence.
All right. Very well. States Exhibit 113 is entered and admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Detective, is this the financial timeline we just spoke of?
It is.
Where does this timeline begin?
This one, due to JJ not receiving Social Security funds until later into 2019, I started this with the date that is reported to be when Chad and Lori met.
All right. And then what's the next event?
The death of his father, Charles Vallow,
And that was on,
July 11th of 19.
walk us through the next couple of boxes.
Again, Lori texted Chad about receiving the $4,000 a month Social Security, but not receiving the life insurance money. JJ was reported to have an emotional support dog or a support dog of nature. And this on October 9th of 2019 is reported that Lori had posted this dog for sale on Animal Direct. On August 12th of 19, again, the life insurance money or life insurance policy being changed to Colby to the tune of $2 million that did not list JJ on it.
All right, and then, and that was the same that was on Lori's, or I apologize, on Tylee's?
On Tyler's, correct.
And what's the next date and what happened then?
On August 14th of 19, again, this is when Lori applied for the apartment in Rexburg. She stated that she'd be receiving the $5,740 Social Security. And then moving to this information on the bottom, September 1st, the move of Lori and the children to Rexburg. 9/8 being the last known sighting of Tylee. And then on September 18th of 2019, this is when the Social Security payments regarding JJ were deposited into Lori's account.
And then what happened after that?
And then on September 22nd is the last known sighting of JJ. And then to finish out October 9th, again, October 9th of 19, the incident with Tammy Daybell. October 19th being the death of Miss Daybell, Chad and Lori's wedding on November 5th of 19, and the remains of the children being found on June 9th and 20.
Mr. Douglas, we've spent a fair amount of time talking about finances and Social Security, correct?
Correct.
At any time, did you prepare an exhibit that showed the amount of Social Security paid out to that Lori Vallow received on behalf of her children after their last known sightings?
I did.
What did you use to prepare that?
That includes Lori's BBVA account information solely because that's where the funds were being deposited at the time.
And did you prepare that in preparation for your testimony today?
I did.
Did you do that to aid the jury in understanding the Social Security payments being made in this case?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 114. I would note that there is a 114A and B in evidence already, but not 114.
All right, thanks for the clarification, Mr. Wood.
Mr. Douglas, do you recognize State's Exhibit 114?
I do.
What does it purport to be?
This is the Social Security payment table that I created regarding the Social Security deposits being deposited into Lori Vallow's BBVA account.
And is that a true and accurate representation of the chart you made?
It is.
Your Honor, I'd ask that for demonstrative purposes, Exhibit 114 be entered into evidence.
All right, without objection, then Exhibit 114 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Mr. Douglas, can you explain how you put this chart together?
So this information is derived, again, just solely from the deposits of Social Security into Lori's BBVA account. As reflected on here, I labeled each account as to the individual that the money was being deposited from or the benefits from. And the benefits come from the information from the deceased fathers.
All right. And under the section for Tylee, what is the first date you have marked?
The first date being October 23rd of 19.
And why is that the first date you put there?
We chose that date, or I chose that date, because Social Security is paid late or back paid. And I didn't feel that it was fair to include payments in September, even though given the time of death for Tylee, we felt that this was more accurate representation of the funds after the death of the child.
Okay. So that's the first payment she receives after you believe that Tylee is deceased.
Correct.
And for JJ, is that I see a box marked 10/16/2019.
Correct. This would have been the first deposit of his. It is noteworthy that it's obvious that Tylee's deposits were different than JJ and Lori's, to the fact that this is when Tylee's benefits were being deposited into her JP Morgan account and carried forward, that was paid later in the month and on a separate date than JJ and Lori's deposits.
All right.
With the date being October 16th of 19.
And then it looks like you have two sections for Lori. Why is that?
I can't testify to the reason that the box with TCS Treasury 449 being less information given to me, that it could be due to bad debts. It could be college funds that weren't paid, but it was being docked for some reason, but I can't testify to it.
Okay, but is the reason it's in a different box just that it's a different amount?
Yeah, that's how it's reflected per her bank statement.
And so, and is there a total amount of money received after what you believe to be the deaths of Tylee and JJ?
Yes, the grand total down the bottom right being the $22,545.05.
Thank you. Detective, as part of your investigation and preparation for today, did you prepare a timeline that identifies what you see as the theft of financial funds from the Social Security Administration?
I did.
How did you prepare that?
Again, given the information from bank statements and the Social Security information, the time of death of the children, search history reflected information, text messages, emails.
And is some of that information also reflected in the last two documents we've looked at?
That's correct.
But you've included other information as well.
I did.
Did you prepare that document in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes.
And did you do so in an effort to aid the jury in understanding this complete financial timeline?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 115. Mr. Douglas, do you recognize State's Exhibit 115?
I do.
What is it?
Is what I titled the Grand Theft Financial Timeline.
And is this the document we were just speaking of?
Yes,
Is it a true and accurate representation of what you created to aid the jury in understanding this today?
it is.
Your Honor, I'd ask that for demonstrative purposes, that Exhibit 115 be entered into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Exhibit 115 is entered.
And may I publish?
Yes.
Mr. Douglas, can you walk us through the first few steps of this timeline?
I will. Starting again with on April 3rd of 2018, the death of Joe Ryan, and June 14th of 2018, this is when the Social Security starts being deposited into Tylee's JP Morgan Chase account, ending 3918. When Lori opens her BBVA account, ending 3229 on October 23rd of 18. The life insurance proceeds being paid out to Lori on October 26th of 18, also being the same date that Lori and Chad met. The death of Charles Vallow on July 11th of 19. On July 12th, Lori's bank card, Bank of Hawaii, is used to make a payment to Valley of the Sun Mortuary, and this being the same day that Chad calls Valley of the Sun Mortuary.
Okay. And then what happened next?
On July 18th of 19, Lori texts Chad about receiving the $4,000 a month Social Security and not receiving the life insurance. July 24th of 19, this being the last date that Social Security is deposited into Tylee's JP Morgan Chase account, ending 3918.
You walk us through the first couple of boxes there.
On August 12th of 19, this being the date of the change to Colby for the life insurance of Miss Lori. On August 14th of 19, Lori applying for the Rexburg apartment, stating that she's receiving the $5,740 in Social Security. On August 16th of 19, this is when Tylee's payments are changed to be deposited into Lori's BBVA account ending 3229. On August 19th of 19, Lori and Tylee opened Tylee's BBVA account ending 5794. On August 28th of 19, this being the date that Tylee's Social Security deposit or payments being deposited into Lori's BBVA account ending 3229. Lori and the children moving to Rexburg on September 1st of 19. The text messages from Tylee to Colby that mom gets her gets her money now. And this is also the date that Tammy's life insurance with LifeMap was increased on September 8th of 19. And also this being the same date, the last known sighting of Tylee Ryan on September 8th of 19.
And what happened on the 10th?
On November 10th of 19, Tylee's BBVA account is as the funding source to her Venmo account.
And what happened on 9/18 of 2019?
On 9/18 of 19, this being the date that Lori and JJ's Social Security funds start being deposited into her BBVA account ending 3229. On September 22nd of 19, the text messages referring to the Venmoing money to Colby, also being the last known sighting of JJ on September 22nd of 19.
And if you moved it 10/9/19?
On 10/9, this being the date of the attempted shooting on Miss Tammy. On 10/10, this being the Venmo activity that took place in Kansas City, Missouri regarding Tylee's Venmo account. The death of Miss Tammy on October 19th of 19. Chad and Lori's wedding on 11/5 of 19. We recovered an email to a rental company named Kauai Dreams on 11/8 of 19, where Chad was inquiring, stating that they were a clean couple with no kids and no pets. On December 20th of 19, this is when our expert announced the investigation. January 3rd of 20 being the first search on Chad's property, and June 9th of 20 being the second search where we recovered the remains of the children.
Mr. Douglas, those last several exhibits dealt primarily with the Social Security funds of Tylee and JJ. Did you review financial documents related to Chad Daybell?
I did.
What documents did you look at?
Primarily his Mountain America Credit Union account, including his personal and the business Spring Creek account. But there was also credit cards that were included that we found that we researched as well.
All right. And did you also look at life insurance?
Oh, yes, the life insurance for Tammy, the two policies.
Detective, in preparing for your testimony today, did you, if I could have one moment, I think I have the. All right. In preparation for your testimony today, did you prepare another financial timeline that focused more on Chad Daybell?
I did.
And did you do that in preparation? Well, I just asked that for your testimony today. Did you do that in order to aid the jury to understand the financial documents and time frame in which these transactions took place related to this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 116.
All right, thanks.
Mr. Douglas, do you recognize State's Exhibit 116?
I do.
What does it purport to be?
This is a financial timeline regarding Chad and Tammy's finances, to also include information regarding Lori and life insurance and travel information.
And is this this is the document we were just previously speaking of?
Correct.
Is this a true and accurate representation of the document you created?
It is.
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 116 be entered into testimony.
No objection.
Into evidence, I apologize.
Exhibit 116 is entered and admitted into evidence.
May I publish?
Yes.
Mr. Douglas, can you walk us through the first few steps of this timeline?
I can. October 3rd of 2018 being the first date that I can report that Chad Daybell had purchased a prepaid phone. October 26th of 18 also being the date that Chad and Lori met. On February 23rd of 19, Alex's Barclay card was used to purchase a flight from Lori, or for Lori to Idaho Falls. March 14th of 19, Lori's Barclay card is used to purchase a flight for Chad to Arizona.
To be clear, that Barclay account, that was Alex Cox's account that she had a card on, correct?
Correct. Originally, it was just in Alex's name, but in March, Lori is added as a card holder to where she had her own card on Alex's account.
And what happened next on your timeline?
April 22nd of 19, Lori paid for Chad's flight to Houston using her BBVA account. May 31st of 19, prepaid phone purchase by Chad. Also June 17th of 19, another prepaid phone purchase by Chad. The death of Charles Vallow, July 11th of 19, Lori's Bank of Hawaii card being used to make the payment to Valley of the Sun Mortuary, and Chad calling Valley of the Sun Mortuary. On July 18th of 19, Lori texting Chad that she'd be receiving the Social Security, but not the life insurance money.
What do you have marked for July 20th of 2019?
That is the day that Lori used her Bank of Hawaii card to purchase a flight for Chad to Arizona. This took place again August 2nd of 19. Lori's Barclay card is used to purchase a flight for Chad to Arizona. August 10th of 19, Lori's Barclay card is used to purchase her flight into Idaho Falls.
And just for clarity, is the Idaho Falls airport the closest airport to Rexburg, Idaho?
That I know of, aside from flying directly into Rexburg.
Let me rephrase that. Is it the closest airport that you can take commercial flights into?
Yes.
If you can go through the next couple of slides.
On September 1st of 19, this being the move of Lori and the kids to Rexburg, Miss Tammy's increase of her life insurance on September 8th of 19 regarding Life Map, also being the last known date, last known sighting of Tylee. On September 18th of 19, Chad purchased another prepaid phone. On September 22nd of 19, this being the last known sighting of JJ. On October 8th of 19, Chad initiated a refinance with Wells Fargo. On October 9th of 19, the attempted shooting with Miss Tammy. October 19th of 19, Tammy's death. On October 24th of 19, this is when Chad filed with the life insurance company Primerica, and this is when he canceled the refinance with Wells Fargo. And October 30th of 19, Chad files his life insurance claim with LifeMap.
You can start us on November 1st, 2019.
On November 1st of 19, Chad received his final check and resigned from LDS Avow.
If you can pause, what is Avow? LDS Avow.
LDS Avow, the Chad would write a column for LDS Avow. Mr. Chris Perrett is his business that he oversees, and he would give Chad a percentage of the fees that he acquired regarding those that would read Chad's column.
And November 5th.
November 5th, this being the wedding of Chad and Lori. On November 18th, Chad purchased a SIM card and a total wireless phone card. November 29th of 19, this is the trip to Knott's Berry Farms. The information that we acquired from Knott's Berry Farms included a ticket for Chad, 5 of his kids or in-laws, as well as one for Lori. December 20th,
On
19.
those financial records, did it list the names of who those tickets were purchased for?
So Knott's Berry Farms was able to produce copies of the tickets that included the names of the individuals. December 20th of 19, Rexburg announced the investigation into Chad, sorry, let me restate that. December 20th of 19, Rexburg PD announced the investigation. I also noted that Chad had transferred $1,000 each to 3 of his older children, specifically the children that live near him in the Rexburg area.
And when you say the Rexburg Police Department announced an investigation, what investigation did they announce that day?
At this time, it was the missing of the children. The children were missing at this time and trying to locate the children.
And on January 3rd?
On January 3rd of 20, this being the first search of Chad's property, I also noted that there were 2 transfers to Chad's middle son, Seth, from one being from his business account, one being from his personal account with Mountain America, to the tune of $1,500 to his son, to his son, Seth, that day. March 6th of 20, this is the date that Lori was extradited from Hawaii to Idaho. On March 8th of 20, Chad sells his Dodge Dakota and his Chevy Equinox to his two daughters. They both reimbursed him $200 each for both vehicles. And on June 9th of 20, we discovered that Chad had transferred $8,000 each to his 3 older children that lived in the area the morning of the search, and this being the same date that we located JJ and Tylee's bodies on the property.
Your Honor, they're already in evidence. I'm going to ask to publish States Exhibit 77G and H.
Okay, since they've already been admitted, they may be published.
Mr. Douglas, do you recognize States Exhibit 77G?
I do.
What is that?
This, can you scroll or bring it down just a little bit? This account and in 3007 would have been Chad's personal account with Mountain America.
And why was this document of interest to you?
So again, with the date right there, June 9th.
Do you have a pointer?
I do.
You could point to
Yeah.
what you're speaking about.
So June, yeah, twist this here. So on June 9th, there was a transfer of the $10,000 into Chad's from his Spring Creek book account that he had that we'll discuss in a second. The 10,000 making the balance, this 20,000 and change here, and then transfers to his son Seth on June 9th to the tune of $8,000. And then another transfer June 9th to his, the account is in the name of Joseph Murray, but this is also his oldest daughter Emma's account for $8,000 as well, leaving an account balance of the $4,400.
And this is still 77G, second page. Was there anything to note to you regarding your investigation on this page?
So this one shows the savings account that was associated with Chad's personal account. And on the same date of June 9th, a transfer to his oldest son, Garth Daybell, an $8,000 transfer that date as well.
And this is 77H. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the transfer data that Mountain America was able to provide regarding the transfers of the 10,000 into the account that I just spoke of, and then the 3 transfers to the 3 oldest children. And it also includes the date and time of the transfers.
And so I think you've already testified that the date was June 9th, correct?
Correct.
What time, and if you can point, I understand it's small, to the time those transfers were made.
Again, with this thing here. The transfer's taking place right here in this area here, right around 9:50 in the morning. And as indicated, they took place Mountain Standard Time, so it would have been 9:50 local.
Your Honor, I have just a couple more exhibits with this witness, but I think they'll probably take more than the 6 minutes. It would probably be easier to just start with them in the morning. I understand that's 6 minutes early, but I think this would be a good place to stop and continue in the morning.
Okay, I think that makes sense as well, Mr. Wood. Thanks for watching the clock on that. We will conclude with evidence for today then, and I'll go ahead and announce our schedule as well for tomorrow, the rest of the week. We'll continue on with the same schedule basically tomorrow as well as Friday, 8:30 to 3:30. And I do want to, of course, again, advise the jurors before we break for the day to please follow the court's admonishing instruction to not look into this case in any way while you are home for the evening. Don't do anything to research it. Don't discuss it amongst yourselves or with anyone else. And with that, is the state ready to conclude for the day?
Yes, Your Honor, if that's all right with the court.
Yes, anything further from the defense? Okay, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, that have been in attendance today for abiding with the court's conduct orders. We will be in recess until tomorrow morning to commence with more evidence at 8:30.
All rise, please.
Probably stains his clothes. What? I bet he sweats. Oh my God, that's so funny. Yeah, he is so gross. I can't. And I swear, they act like, you know what, seriously, nobody fucking cares what Panty Waste was doing ever. You know, you committed crimes. He is disgusting. He makes me want to fucking vomit. Do you guys think I missed anybody today for the game? DC, you missed it yesterday. His long ass blessing was so irritating. You know, and just the fact that he just thinks he can go ahead and give a blessing like that. He for sure is a whitey tighty. Oh my God. Oh, that's hilarious. He's a ukulele player. Oh, shit. Your list. Oh, you have a list? I can go back through and look. I'm sorry. I don't mean to make. Oh, I would love to be on a jury, but you know, I know that I would tell somebody where to go. I would not be able to control this mouth of mine. I'm sure of that. Yeah, of course he's a whitey tighty. He's so gross. But DC, you have to admit, if the D was not fired, then what the fuck else is there about this guy? What is it? It's not his strapping good looks. It's not that panty waist voice of his. The D has got to be fired. That's all I got to tell you. Believe me, I want no part of it. Oh, it's like a freaking 45 minutes. And he's real slow and you know, he talks like he's fucking pussy. I know, it's so disgusting. It is. I don't think DC saw my picture. His D has to be fired. Well, something did something because, God, he's so yick. Icky, icky. I'm telling you, he's got to have the fire down below, but good God. Ugh. Not that I'm trying to be any party to it. Oh, please, Jackie, stop it. She is gross. They all are. They make me sick using those kids' money. You know, can you even believe that? Like, I really can't. Well, that's me too. Yeah, I know. I'm not either. Mm-mm. Yeah, that's what he's doing. Yep. He's blaming it all on her and her brother. Which, you know, they're involved, you know. That's a fact. She's already been convicted. But that does not take him out of it. Yeah, I'm not attracted to that kind of gross shit at all. How do you like that, DC? Love you, Queen. Yeah, I'm going to get off here in a second. I just didn't want DC to miss this ukulele player. That's her husband that was, you know, successful. Yep. Yeah, because she did not blame anything on him. She didn't. Her one time, he does. No, one time her attorney said that nobody was buying his books. That's the only thing he said about him, and that pissed her off. Right, good looking, successful. He spoke like a man, looked like a man. And then there's old Humpty Dumpty playing a ukulele. Seriously? Fucking cannot with him. Just FYI, I will be late tomorrow. I have to go. Oh, tomorrow's the day we're going to get result. Right. Please let us know. Queen, please. And we're with you, sister. We're all with you. Oh, good night, Frazzle. Frazzle, you are okay? You're all ready for the storm if something happens? Let me know too, okay? We'll be praying for these storms. How come I've never heard of a tornado hitting a prison full of kitty fiddlers and fuck faces? Never heard of that. Love you, Mama. I know, right? Seriously, they're all got everything about him. Like he's just so, and look at, he's got moobs right there. Ugh. Ugh. I cannot. He needs a bra. Right? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, because, yeah, they always seem to be just fine, don't they? He seriously has got a tit right there. Straight up. I see it. Right there, there is a boob. Right? He needs a bra over his face. Yeah, you know, this is the thing. He acted like he had to live in Rexburg, Idaho, because, you know, that's where, you know, that's the only place they could live because of you know, the world ending and shit. But all of a sudden, once they killed everybody, got all the money they could get, all of a sudden he was allowed to live in Hawaii. So how does that work for a prophet? So all that was a big fat fucking lie? Is that what I'm hearing? Yeah. They both act like they really believe in all that horse shit. They didn't. I'm telling you. Pepperoni nipples. First time my man busts out with the ukulele, I don't know. It's going to be all over with right there. Right. See, that's the thing. They acted like they had to be there. I don't know if you guys know this, but like before he moved there, because he has a brother that lives in that town, and they did not want him to live there. They don't like him. So before he even met Lori, I know. Yeah. And he's all happy with himself being a fucking loser. So his sister-in-law says that when they came there and then, you know, said they were going to move there, she was pissed off. She didn't want him living by her. She don't like him. She read his fucked up book and she said he's lying about all that shit, about his near-death crap. But according to him, he had to live right there. There was some strategic thing about that exact location. And then, you know, that's what him and Lori got. They were all about his, you know, end of days shit. Church of the Newborn. They had all these names for each other. That, oh my God, that blows my mind. I would not even be able to just go around acting like that shit. Good thing we got rid of Ned. He must have done that before, you know, when he was Ned. Wow. They just talk like it was real. Yeah. Exactly, Legs. Did you see that? See, and that she said she didn't want him to move there. They didn't get along with each other. Chad didn't like them either. And she said that Tammy was not real friendly. I don't think, she said it wasn't like she was ugly, but she just was, you know, she was the only person, she was the only person providing. So she had a lot. He does have a warped mind. Right. So the thing is, though, if you know, I could almost buy, yes, he's, you know, they really buy into this crap that they say. You know, they have to be right there, blah, blah, blah. But all of a sudden he somehow could save the world or be, do whatever he was supposed to do as this prophet in Hawaii. See, that doesn't fly anymore. And I don't know if you guys know this either, but Lori is not the only person that he told that they were married in other lives. So this was his pickup shit. And I don't think she believed in it either. I'm sorry. I don't fall for either one of them believing in it. As a matter of fact, I was listening last night to Lauren and Dr. John from Hidden True Crimes, and he said that he believes this. I don't. I think I was very disappointed because I don't think he knows he doesn't believe in it. I mean, it's so important that it was so. They had to kill certain people because they were dark and they were zombies, and all this stuff was so important. But there he is on the beach with the ukulele. Really? No, I don't buy it. They don't believe that shit. Can you imagine? That's the kind of shit you hear and you're like, okay, cuckoo. You're texting your friend saying, get over here. Got some fucking nut job over here trying to talk to me. He does know he's full. He does. I think they didn't buy into that. You cannot tell me ever that they thought they were really supposed to kill people. And it just was the only dark people were the people standing in their way. And they had to manage all of that the best way financially. That if that's the case, then this can't be what, you're finding out in your portal from God. That's not it. No way. No way God told them you have to kill your kids and your spouses. Give me a fucking break. He is very warped. He is disgusting. Right. If all this was true, then what the hell did Hawaii have to do with any of that? No. You ruined it with you ruined it with me the minute you started taking lives, you psychos. The only reason they got rid of the only reason that Charles became Ned and a zombie is because he had $1 million life insurance. That's it. That's what caused him to be a zombie. 100%. No, that's not it. No. If they cared about that, then they wouldn't have done it. Do you see? That's not it. I'm telling you, that's not it. It wasn't about cheating. I mean, if you don't want to, you're embarrassed that you cheated, but you're not embarrassed for killing everyone and cheating. No, it was about money. Neither one of them ever made any money. That's exactly right. For more money. Those two never made money. Tammy they didn't have a lot of money when he was married to Tammy, but what they had was her. Look at, what did they say? Somebody was putting his stupid articles out, and he was making whatever money off of that. That was nothing. That was nothing. It wasn't. And then on top of that, she never made money. And this is how crazy she is. She started bleaching Tylee's hair when she was a toddler. Who does that? Right. They should be embarrassed about killing people. They don't really care about cheating. If they did, then they wouldn't have done it. If they were so, what part of, what about God ever makes any of what they have done godly? Nothing they did was godly. Ten Commandments tells you about cheating, adultery. I mean, and whatever religion tells you that you're supposed to kill people, that's not a religion based on coming from God. That's one coming from money and the deed. I'm really disappointed in people. Like, I can't believe Dr. John said he believes this shit. He's made it very clear that he doesn't believe it.
Kevin, I'm going to feed you to my church. Kevin, you are such a deceiver.
Did I see?
There are 15 people in this house. If they only want
Did Ashley come in? God,
here.
it makes me so mad. They make me mad that sorry, I had to get rid of that song for Pete's sake. I've got the wrong mouse. I can't really get around here very well. Right? That's the whole thing. That's when you tell me something. See? It's not everything. No, it's not. Exactly. She started fooling with that girl her whole life. You know what? She didn't like that her daughter was overweight because, see, I told you guys when she was a teenager, when one of her cousins went to visit them, she said she was like 12 or 13. She had never had a boyfriend of any kind. And she said that Lori and Lori's sister started telling her to shave her private parts because, you know, guys don't like to fuck somebody with hair there. That's what she said, Lori, and they were teenagers. Can you believe that shit? Right, sis. Exact. See, don't tell me that they believed in anything other than their own desires for sex and money. His voice, how that is sexy, I will never get my head around at all. Yes, and yes, that messed that girl up. So for her, so everybody tells you, you have, you know, even their own family said that their dad, it was uncomfortable the way the whole family talked about sex with each other, with young teens, and that the parents talked about their sex life in front of the kids. She said it was a lot of talk like that around there, very uncomfortable with. And Alex's first wife said the same thing because she married Alex before meeting all that family. When she got to know them and lived around them, they ended up getting divorced because she said, no, it was way too weird. And Alex, that Lori would jump on Alex and straddle him. Yes, it was. These aren't godly people. I'm sorry. They're not. They're not. People started dying around her a long time ago. No, I don't, but they didn't believe what they were saying. It was horseshit. They were just doing this to, you know, they found some weak minds to go along with this. And I think at the end, I think when Alex knew that he had been hoodwinked. I maybe he really believed in that. He listened to that blessing that was, I don't even know what to call it. I think so too, Legs. You know, if nothing, what Alex's first wife said was she was never going to say that she thought that happened for sure, or that she knew that it happened, because she said she didn't know that happened. But they absolutely did not behave appropriately with each other. None of them. And, you know, I don't know how many people have their sister-in-law just come and, you know, straddle their husband. You know, and that's what she said, that, you know, it wasn't even like you can say, hey, I can't put up with that. That needs to stop. I mean, when you see that, you're like, okay, I just got to get the fuck out of here, because no. If you have to tell someone that that's not appropriate, then I don't know. Because, you know, men would do whatever she told them to do. So maybe, you know, she had the fire down below for sure, I guess. I don't know. Maybe she just acted like, you know. Yes, he did. He did. Straddling brothers should never. Right. Right. I mean, this is a problem, people. And you cannot tell me. And the thing is, you know, I don't know all I don't know all about LDS and all that, but I am pretty sure that they don't call for all that either. Calls him with a 45-minute blessing. I know. And everybody's crying and acting like it means something. It's like, are you insane? Who are you, first of all? You have been killing people. You are, you've been having affairs, stealing money. Not one bit of that is about God. None of it. I know. Well, you do. You know, though, that LDS doesn't tell them to do this stuff. Everybody's already said that, you know, it's their own perversion. Because, you know, even like some of the fundamentalists and stuff, you know, the ones that believe in, you know, in, I can't think, multiple wives or whatever. Anyway, you know, the newer LDS don't believe in that. Again, you know what that is? That is some man wanting all kinds of pussy. That's what that is. I don't believe those people either. I don't believe it. That just works for them. They just, you know, I'm going to go ahead and be this religion that, you know, I can do everything I want to do. That's all fucking twisted, crazy shit. That's exactly, they're perverting all this shit. Exactly right, for their own purposes. That's exactly right. Yep. Have you ever heard the Church of the Firstborn? That's what he said yesterday. Was that their own church? No, nobody does. You're right. And they didn't even follow their own rules. That means they made them up as they went along. All of a sudden, they were going to have the 140,000 in Kauai. What do you know? See, again, you know what? they convinced Melanie to leave. They convinced Melanie, I think she just was a liar too, but that she decided that her husband was a homosexual. That's what she told him. That's why she left Brandon. She said he was a homosexual. But again, and then he needed to be killed to die also. Guess what else? He also had $1 million life insurance policy. See, I'm telling you, if you get around those people, you might want to go ahead and tell them, you know, when I'm die, I ain't worth squat. Okay. That's the best way to make sure you don't become a zombie if you ain't worth a dime. Because they have to go around and be with people who don't have any money. You know, Chad not only plays a ukulele, has tits, he never made any money. Is that not the most attractive guy? I don't know, but he was a prophet. So there you have it. No, I believe I think religions are perverted, have been perverted through the years for sure. I have issue with religion. It's faith that I have. I don't believe in religion, but definitely most of them don't literally just sit there and make it up as they go along. And anybody who's worth a penny to somebody becomes a zombie. Are you shitting me? I mean, nobody saw this for what it was. No, this is the thing. Alex saw it the night before he died. He understood it all of a sudden. He might have actually believed in it. I think Alex might have believed it. I think he might have. I know, Gerri. How did he get anybody who was listening to his podcast? It is so weird to me. Oh, Gerri, those were other people's books. No. He didn't sell any, but he didn't sell no books. He didn't. To Lori. He sold way more since this. No, his wife did all the work. They had a publishing company and they published other people's books. That's how it had money in it. Yeah. No, fuck no, nobody. Can you imagine? And you know what? I bet this stupid ass probably, what do you bet? He actually like narrated his own audiobooks. Oh, wow. I bet he did. Yeah, see? That's how he got involved with this, because of that. They published books for Julie Rowe. Remember her? She's the one that they were with. And this is the thing. She was all about the end of times too. I think she actually believes it because she believed in that same area also. Like geographically, that's what they believed. She did sell books. And what his sister-in-law said was, it wasn't until Julie Rowe told about her near-death experiences that he all of a sudden had his own. You know, he tells that story about jumping off that cliff that time. I mean, it's not even like anything happened. He jumped off a cliff and kind of lost his breath for a second. And she said she had heard about it as long as she knew that whole family, but it had never been called a near-death experience until after Julie Rowe talked about her near-death experiences. She did sell books. Yep. Yep. This is why there was another woman. God, what is her name? I know you guys would remember who I'm talking about. There's another woman involved in this. She actually had like the same rating as Lori. Opportunity, exactly right. Just like Colin said, that money was the only motive. Money and sex. 100%. Exactly. But there was another lady, I can't think of her name, but he had told, I can picture her face, damn it. Her and somebody else that they had been married in other lives. I mean, for his own family to say he's absolutely that this is not true. They knew what a dipshit he was. This is the guy in the family that doesn't fucking have a job. Everybody knows that guy in their family. They're like, okay, whatever. Mr. fucking live off his wife. And then she did all the work for that publishing company while he gallivanted around. Lori sending emails acting like, she's Charles wanting him to ghostwrite a book. Oh, wow. Unbelievable. Unfreaking believable. And even if Tammy may never have said it, but she knew he was a worthless piece of shit. I'm sorry, there's no man, no grown adult is just going to loof around and not work. And of all things, he's not is a good speaker. Good God. So sad. It makes me so sad that they couldn't just figure out a way to pay for their life in Hawaii without killing all these people. I mean, literally everybody was better off without him. Get the fuck out of here. Go on. So, sorry, I have this major rant. I just get so frustrated because it's really, really sad. Almost none of these cult people actually believe what they're saying. I don't think they do. That's just my opinion. That's the cult I'm going to run with. Oh, Lordy, Lordy. All right. I'm going to shut my trap for a little while. And then I will see you guys in the morning. All right. Everybody have a wonderful evening. I love ya. I know. Yep. Hey. Thank you. Thank all of you guys for hanging out, especially for this hard stuff. I think we're going to get some good stuff tomorrow. I keep saying this, right? Oh, God. Oh, good. I hope so. I love that. I hope so. I had a great time with you guys. Okay. Good night. I will see you tomorrow. Shut up, Hondo, and whatever. Ira McGinnis, wherever you are.